Thank you for coming to this event of Vanilla Street Epistemology. Today we are in the park. We are in Runyon Park, where there's a bunch of people walking by. We do have a very, very special guest, which we will tell you about in a few minutes. Anyway, my first very special guest is Osmo. I don't know if we can see him yet. We'll see about the feed. I'm in a little bit of a delay on the feed, so I'm just going to trust that that's all working.
I'm hoping it is.
You can see me, and that you can see Osmo, but you can hear us in either case. So, Osmo, this is your first time with Street Epistemology.
Yeah.
You haven't seen us do this kind of thing.
Never.
I would like to know. By the way, Osmo actually intercepted us on the way up a very steep hill and helped us push a bunch of gear up the hill. So he got first dibs.
I seen you gasping. I was like, oh man, like my man needs help. So like I had to ask. I was like, man,
that was fantastic. Thank you very much. Yeah, that was quite the sweat. We had to park about a half mile away down a steep hill. So pushing all this gear up was sweaty work.
Yeah, it was.
Indeed. Thank you, Osmo.
Yeah.
So in Street Epistemology, I ask for a claim, something that you think is true in the world, and something that influences your choices. So like if you think water is 1 part oxygen and 2 part hydrogen by count, unless you're a chemist, that doesn't really influence you much. I'm looking for something that actually influences your choices.
Honestly, just I am a strong believer that everything happens for a reason.
Okay.
Like this was supposed to happen.
Okay.
Like for like like this is so insane. This is my first time we're doing something like this. So
okay.
This is so much fun. I'm so shy and scared. But I hope I don't say the wrong thing too.
We are a teeny tiny channel.
Okay, for sure.
But of course, everything on YouTube is forever.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Okay.
No, but So I'm a strong believer that everything happens for a reason.
Indeed.
So like I seen you gasping. So let me tell you something that's really insane. So I'm just a small YouTuber, just like us. I have 393 subscribers. Osmo Aslo, that's the name. And it's so funny. I know this familiar face in YouTube. His name is David Dobrik.
Okay.
And they all come around here, and his squad, his friends come around here and work out. And I just come just to work on myself because it's a really beautiful area, really beautiful.
This is gorgeous.
And then you can see the whole LA view. And I love seeing success. I love seeing everything. Like so that just motivates me to keep going up. So and then it's so funny. So when I seen you gasping for air, I was like, oh man, like I'm such a nice guy. I'm such a
you are. Yep,
so then I was like, oh, he needs help. And it's so funny. One of the guys that David films with, we crossed paths. And it's
just now or
just now. And I was like, oh my god, like I didn't freak out, but I pointed at oh wait, it's Jeff. And that's his name, that's the guy's name. And I even took a picture with him.
Nice.
So I was like, oh my god, this was supposed to happen. That's why I'm a strong believer, and I guess I'm just influenced by success, entertainment, the entertainment studio industry, and everything. Just I love making people laugh. I love to help, as you.
Sure.
I'm a huge help in any way possible. I just love to make people laugh and just feel really good about themselves and help. I love helping. If I can, I could help. If I can, I will help everyone in the world. If I can, but obviously.
Well, you gotta pick your where you put your effort.
Yeah.
Or you'll have something that's not very efficient. You'll expend all your effort. You'll have nothing left for what's good.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's my constant issue whenever dealing with something where I'm doing it for free, because I want to. Is I got to be really efficient about it, because there's always an opportunity to do something, but whether it's productive is another question entirely.
Yeah, that's true. That's really true.
Yeah, indeed. So things happen for a reason. Well, obviously, I knocked something off the table, and I could say the reason is just me knocking it, or the reason is gravity, or whatever. But I think you probably don't mean something that trivial. I think you mean something more profound.
Yeah. So like.
So tell me what your what is the profound thing?
Maybe like I'm like the universe aligns itself.
Okay.
So like if you meet people, you know, like when you meet connections, like if you just meet someone randomly
Yes.
and like love at first sight of love at first sight type thing. Like
Uh-huh.
I don't know if you believe in that. Do you believe in that?
Love at first sight?
Yeah. Have you like are you ideal to that or like have you ever seen anyone and just like wow, just like wow you're really beautiful.
Lust at first sight, I have high confidence in.
But like, well,
Would you like a hat?
100% I would. Yeah. Is this your hat?
Yeah.
I don't
I'm
know
not
where.
Okay. All right.
I thought those were.
No, I wasn't giving away hats. I was offering because apparently we have a bit of a sun in your eyes thing.
Oh no, it's okay.
All right.
I'm glowing.
All right. Good. Sorry. So lust at first sight, yes, I can
Yeah.
have high confidence at lust at first sight, but I'm not sure about love.
Let me get in deeper into that. So let's just say.
With Kimberly, it took me a good month or two.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Should have took you like 2 seconds. What you mean? Just.
Okay, like at first sight, sure,
Yeah.
but when to
She's
really get
looking
to a
at you.
genuine love,
She's looking at you. You
That
better
took-
watch what you
that
say.
took and she can hear us too because see this little Bluetooth transmitter?
Yeah.
She's got us in her ear right now, also.
Oh, that's so cool. Okay.
Yeah, because she's helping me produce. She has to stay on top of what's going on.
Okay.
Anyway, so yeah, I mean, to develop into the real love that that has kept us so connected for more than 10 years took a couple of months.
Okay. Let me. Yeah. Obviously. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
100% agree with that. To really
Yeah.
really love someone, you 100% gotta know the back, everything.
Yeah.
But so let me get into deeper. So like, there's this person I've met,
Yes.
and it was so funny. I was just walking, and I'm walking,
Uh-huh.
and I just looked to my left, and we just looked at each other,
Yeah.
and it was just like, do you know Pokemon? Do you know that game?
She
is?
does.
Oh, okay.
Actually, both my wives and my husband play Pokemon Go. It's a really excellent walking game.
Yeah, it is.
I don't because I'm such an addictive personality. I know that if I started playing it, I would do it to the exclusion of the rest of my life. And right now, that's SE.
Oh,
SE
okay.
is the thing that gets to me my current obsession.
Okay.
Yeah, I can only do one obsession at a time.
No, 100%. I agree with you with that.
Uh-huh.
So I'm looking to my left. No, I look to my left, and the eye look we gave each other was if we were about to have a Pokemon battle. Yeah, it was like, no, like hold on, this girl's something. So I was like, and I talked to her.
3,500 CP. Oh, baby.
So we talked, and I was like, this girl's really, really, really awesome.
Yes.
And like we became really close. Like I mean, she's just a really dope friend.
Uh-huh.
And then, yeah, and like I don't love her, but I have some kind of love because she's so nice and she's so sweet and everything. So I guess, kind of, but like it was just all in that one go. And ever since then, we've just been really cool friends.
Nice.
So that's what I'm saying. Like everything happens for a reason. Like you could just be doing your thing, and then like something just might knock you off, but that little thing that knocks you off could just be something so awesome.
Okay.
Like, you can see something like something amazing.
Okay.
You know? So like that's what I'm like this. Like this is amazing to me. Like
sure.
Sure we're human, We see things every day, and there's bad things happen all the time.
Yeah.
But like little things like this, it just puts you in a good mood,
Nice.
And you just got to keep on going. I don't know.
So I hear that the universe aligns itself towards a purpose.
Yeah.
Okay. Does that mean that there's something in the universe that knows what the results would be and is making plans and directing things? Is there an intelligence there?
There we go. Yes. So like God. Like
okay.
I'm a strong believer in God.
Okay.
Like, and it's so awesome. Like no, it's so amazing. There you go. Some friend, some guy I met says stars saying amazing.
Amazing
it's so amazing. Yeah, it's amazing that like
I'm hearing Jesse Lee Peterson say, nice. Something like that.
It's amazing, So like what you call it? I back when I was younger, like in high school, like freshman year to senior year, I wasn't strong. I didn't believe in any God actually, in any.
Yes.
So like I was just like, oh no, there's no God. I was being that miserable guy, not and not to say that anyone that doesn't believe in the God is miserable. I'm just like me. It just my mindset at the time. I wasn't doing okay, and I lost someone really close to me.
Yes.
So like I was going through a little bumpy road. So I didn't have a belief in anything.
Yeah.
But then as I got older, and I started believing in. I don't even know to this day what it is, but I believe it's a God.
Okay.
It's not Jesus. I don't believe in Jesus
Okay.
or like other like I just have this. I just close my eyes and I just like relax and I calm myself down and like I don't know why every time I do that I feel this ease on my shoulder.
Okay.
And I feel like someone's hearing me, like it's someone.
Okay.
Something or someone is hearing what I'm saying. And I always say the same thing, like thank you for the. I wake up like thank you for having a bed on. I'm so grateful for everything.
Yeah.
So like telling them, I'm so thank you for giving me this opportunity to wake up, and go out and having a car. And not many people have these things.
Yeah.
Like I'm so grateful. Like it's so bad right now, and with COVID, many people lost their homes, jobs, and everything. I'm so thankful that I'm not one of those people.
Yeah.
And I wish, with all my heart, I wish I could just go like, here, I want to give you this much money.
Oh, it'd be nice if we could somehow just share it and solve everybody else's problems. It'd be nice.
You get me? Like, I wish I could just go like here, like I'm that guy. I love helping people. So like, I'm going I'm sidetracking. What was I talking about?
So my next question would be, I actually have two questions. One would be a track like, could you define the God that you're talking about? The other one, I have a question from the audience. Can a person be mistaken about how they interpret the signs? So you're interpreting the signs to say that their universe is and connecting to God. Is it possible that you could be misunderstanding and it's not a God, it's something else that's good, or it's
Oh my God, this person. Okay, thank you for asking that. Actually, so there's this time where I was going to school. I go to El Camino College, and it's in Torrance.
Okay.
And there's this my uncle who passed away. It was so weird. The house was empty.
Yeah.
And I was getting ready, and my room that was completely shut opened lightly.
Oh.
It opened lightly. It's not nothing.
Okay.
Not aggressive. It was just lightly, and I'm like, okay. I walk over there. I swear, I walk in there. I get a gust full of light breeze.
Okay.
And I hear nothing but birds chirping.
Okay.
And I'm like, and I look to my bed, and the way my bed was set up, it was so weird because I didn't even do it that day. I just flicked it off. And I got ready to school.
So you hadn't made your bed.
I didn't even make my bed. I left it be.
Yeah.
So when I go back to the bed, it's like it was fixed in the way how my uncle used to lay down.
Oh.
Yeah, that's insane, right?
So your uncle used to prepare his bed in a way that you could recognize.
Yeah,
and it was set in that mode.
Yeah, okay. and he was a Christian.
Okay.
And he needs to do this thing. He needs to go like this.
Okay.
And he would just listen to his Christian his gospel music.
Okay.
And sure. When I looked at it, I was like, oh my God, I thought of it as him stopping by and saying, hey, like, what's up? That's the way I interpret it. And I was about to cry. I was like, I just told him, it was nice to see you, Theo. Like, nice to see you, Uncle. It was nice to see you. Like, nice to see you. Take care. And I just closed the door. And it was so cool because the rest of the day I had a great day. That's fun. So maybe with that story with that person is asking, that little ease I feel, I might be talking to my uncle and he's just fixing the path the way I'm the way I'm going with when I'm trying to make YouTube as my career.
So maybe the God you're talking about isn't necessarily one, but might be
it can
the ancestors working in your favor, or it could be other kind of thing.
Or in reality, it just could be like a God, like or someone just a creator, and there is a creator in there, and I believe that there's a creator in everything. That there's one guy that's in charge of everything.
Okay.
1000%.
All right. So what leads you to believe that there's a singular creator? Because you say one guy. So why is it one, not a team?
The team?
I just throwing out one of the questions.
I say because I hear you. I say because when a team, when you do stuff a team, it does look better, but it's not the way you want it to be.
Oh, so you see a universe with no compromise.
Yeah.
Okay.
So like, it's like everyone has an idea, but if like for like a band and like let's talk about the Beatles. I'm a huge fan. Like the Beatles, they after 10 years, I'm a huge fan. I'm a huge nerd. And after 10 years, they separated and did the solo music.
Yeah.
And I feel like, after so long you work with together, you know what? No, I don't want to do that. So that's what I feel like, there was multiple universe, there's infinite timelines, infinite everything.
Okay.
So I feel like, okay, they at one timeline or one point of the universe, there was a group of people who created a world. And those people is just like, you know what? Nah, let's just separate and create our own worlds. And I feel like you have more control and more in peace on what you're doing. That's why I say it's just one creator, because the creator knows how to balance it. He doesn't have to talk to somebody else for a second opinion. It's his way and his way. It has to be his way, or there's no way. So that's why I feel like it's just one. I feel like that's what I feel.
All right, so that leads you to believe that the creator is singular, because it's sort of like a director in a movie managed to capture their vision. So you had to have a singular controller.
Yeah.
And there might be a team, but you have one person with the vision.
Right.
So you see that in the output. All right. So how about the question of why creator as opposed to the alternatives of not creator?
What do you mean?
Could it be we're not created? Could it be the universe that does not have an intelligence at its core?
We're in a simulation.
Well, that would be an intelligence.
Oh, okay, yeah. Okay, yeah, because there's someone in charge of the simulation.
Yeah, Elon Musk believes that there's a creator.
Okay, look. It sounds it just blew up on Twitter.
Yeah.
That there's a 50-50 chance that we're in a simulation.
50-50.
There's a that's a solid number. That's not it's not a 1 in a million. It's a 50-50. And it was a study by some Oxford University guy. And I was reading it. It had Neil deGrasse Tyson in it, and it had like all these intellectual people about that certain and that what's it called
that group of people.
And that group of people,
people who are often communicators of science and therefore seen as authorities.
Yeah. So like so that's their group, and I was just like, there's no way. I was like, but what if?
Well, if you believe there's a creator, you would believe we are in the mind of God or the simulation that the creator made.
Yeah.
I mean, whether it's a simulation or a real is almost like it's our reality.
Yeah.
It's real to us,
Yeah, no, it's real to us, but like it's like, oh, this is just I think that's pretty. I don't know.
Okay, so here's a confidence scale. If this was, I was absolutely certain that God's existence, God existed, or I was really, really certain God did not exist, like hard atheist. Where would you find yourself? There's one right there.
Oh.
and you can show the camera if you want.
Oh, cool. 100%. Like I'll put it like right here.
Okay.
Like right here.
Okay. Show right there. Okay. Right so here. I see that as 90%.
Like 90%. Yeah. Like, because that's there's still that 10% is just.
Okay.
So
you got a sliver of doubt. You have a sliver of uncertainty.
Not doubt.
Not doubt.
But more like, hold on. It's like, okay, I'm there. I'm about to, like, I'm a consumer.
Yeah.
I'm about to buy your product. I just need concrete proof.
Yeah.
That there's some, like, I could believe that there's something there.
Buyer beware.
But is it fact?
Right. You get me? Before you commit your resources, you want to have some additional confidence. Some better reasons to think so.
Exactly.
Okay.
So I guess I'll put myself right there.
Somebody asked a question. First of all, you said God, he. Is God male? Or maybe that doesn't apply?
Yeah. I say here, it could just,
Okay, so the question,
Yeah.
why is the creator male? We're not even going to ask it.
Yeah.
So that's not a problem.
It could be. Imagine a woman. That'd be awesome. That'd be amazing. A God being a woman. That'd be amazing.
You know, when I think about pregnancy and gestation and all that kind of thing,
Exactly.
a creator, if I had to choose a gender, it would be woman
Exactly.
or female.
Yeah.
Or something like that. But you know, that's just
Yeah.
me like writing a story. I don't know that I know.
There's this rapper that my friend follows a lot. His name is IDK,
Uh-huh.
and he has this T-shirt saying "God is a woman." I think. I
Sure.
believe, yeah, that's his brand. Like his T-shirt,
works.
his merch. It was like God is a woman.
I bet that pisses off some fundamentals.
Yeah, no,
Fundamentalists are like, oh no,
we
God
passed
said he
by a
was male.
church accidentally without even knowing. Like we were just talking, and we were
Yeah.
passing by a church, and some guy just looked at him like this, just so mad. And I
Oh
was just
yeah.
like, and we both looked at like, damn, like what you gonna do?
Yeah.
And then, but he just ignored us, and then we look, and I'm like, oh, dude, it's your shirt. And
It's
look
a
where
shirt.
and
Yeah,
look where
yeah.
we at.
Here we are.
And then it just not the right place to wear that shirt.
Indeed. Okay, so at the end, hypothetically,
Mhm.
what could you learn tomorrow that you don't know today? This doesn't have to be a thing that's true.
Mhm.
It's just the kind of thing that would raise your confidence from 90 to more than 90.
What will raise my what
What
happen?
would improve your confidence? What would bring you to 95?
You know what? You got me really good right there.
Oh.
I don't know, honestly.
Okay.
It could be anything like positive, or it could just be any. Okay, so see, that's the thing. Like when you believe in God,
yeah,
you gotta accept the fact that He's 100% good and 100% evil as well.
Oh,
you have to.
Whoa.
You have to accept the fact, because there's a balance to everything.
Okay.
Remember.
All right.
You remember that there's one creator, and he or she or it, wherever, it has to go their way. So there has to be a good amount of evil and a good amount of good, and it just
so the plan has some of it in the cake mix both ways.
Yeah, it has to be. Yeah,
has to be in there.
It has to be, because like if it was, we live in a perfect world, no racism, no anything. There's evil.
Okay.
And I'm not saying he created that.
Yeah.
But since we have our free will, we have our ways of thinking, there's bad things that happen in the world. And obviously, then there's this whole thing. And then that's when people believe me that it's a test.
Yeah.
To life, to have, you know, your life is a test, and you gotta make the best out of it. Or you know, I feel like that. And if you think of it like that, it makes perfect sense. Like, oh yeah, like there's evil in the world, but you gotta make the best out of it. You can have the worst day ever, but you gotta make the best out of it.
So I have a couple of examples of hypotheticals that I think could raise your confidence.
Okay.
And these are hypotheticals. I'm going to go with Pine Creek first, who would say 1 Kings 18. This is in the Bible where Elijah, I think I'm getting that right, said, I've got 450 prophets of Baal, and we've got an altar with a bunch of bulls. Now you call to your God to have him light them on fire. And they couldn't get it done. And then Elijah says, and dump a bunch of water on it. And then God puts it on fire. That's the kind of demonstration that would increase my confidence, because there would be a call for a specific kind of action and a result, a demonstrable, maybe even repeatable result. Another example that he gives is, so you've got an amputee, comes back from the war, and somebody prays over him and says, in the name of this God, get your arms back. And their arms grow back, like fast. Those are the kind of things that would really raise my confidence. Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah. Now, how about the other direction? What could lower your confidence? Is there anything you could? Nothing could lower your confidence.
Nothing, because remember, I have to accept the fact that it's a test.
Okay.
So if something doesn't go my way, okay, I got to work around it.
Okay.
That there's a reason. Like, remember?
Yeah.
There's a reason for everything. There's a reason why that plan didn't work out.
Okay.
Because had I done that plan, I could possibly die. I could die, or just anything.
Okay.
Like, let's say, oh, sorry.
No problem.
Let's say I wanted to go to the store,
Uh-huh.
but something told me I seen something to that. I seen somebody get robbed at that store.
Okay.
Okay, I'm not gonna go to that store no more. I'm gonna go to this store. In this store, I find $100 in the floor. There's a reason why I didn't go that way. So like that's the way I go with life. If something doesn't go my way,
Yeah.
okay, let me work around it. There's a reason why it didn't want to go that way.
Okay.
So it's a test. I gotta find a way around.
If a test can't show a failure, is it a useful test?
No. Okay. So I would take that as so okay. So the test, life is full of failures and success.
Yes.
So, like I said, so I have one plan to do this.
Yeah.
But it didn't go that way. That's a fail.
Okay.
That's a fail. So that's a check mark. Like, okay, you failed right here. Work around it.
Right.
So that's the way. Like I was like. So that's what I would say. Like, there's always fails to success.
Sure.
So that's the way that's the way I.
If I wanted to test that your camera was a real camera and not a fake camera, what's the kind of test I could use that you could prove to me that that camera is a camera?
Turn it on, take a picture of you.
Yeah, and show me the picture. Oh yeah, yep, it takes a picture. That defines a camera.
Yeah.
And what would be a test to show that it wasn't?
You just try to turn it on. If it doesn't turn on, it could be fake.
That's right.
There you
go. Could be fake. It's sort of like, you're taking this through the airport. You turn on that laptop. Show me that it's got a battery, not a bomb.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So those are tests with positives and negatives. So I'm wanting to see a test where a thing I think is true, I could check. I like to check. I like to be sure. The buyer beware thing.
Yeah.
So that's the kind of test I'm looking for. That's what I'm hoping to get.
Okay. You
don't need to have it today.
Okay. Yeah.
I want to make sure I get you my contact information.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Because if you come up with one, I want to know. I want to hear it.
No, I could think of one. No, yeah. What's your beliefs? If you don't mind me asking.
I don't mind at all.
Yeah.
On terms of the God exists, I'm down here with a sliver of not doubt.
Okay.
I'm down here at the I lived more of my life as a theist way over here.
Okay.
And about 13 years ago, I was reading through Deuteronomy and it just crashed and went slap.
What did you read?
I was doing a careful study of the first 5 books of the Bible.
Okay.
In Hebrew and the whole thing.
It contradicts itself, right?
Oh yeah. There's some shit.
Yeah.
So I started that in 2005, and in 2007 I was doing a slow, careful study. In 2007 I got to Deuteronomy 4:2, where it says, "And under no conditions are you ever allowed to add anything to the law. Do not add anything to the Moses law." And that is the preamble to adding twice as much to the law as had come before. 2/3 of the law is in Deuteronomy. So that broke me as far as far as scriptural validity. It was like that was the thing that broke my camel's back. And scriptural validity was the last pillar holding up my faith. And then it all crumbled. And then over the next year I lost 90% of my social group. For the reason of losing my faith.
Really?
Yeah.
So they didn't accept you.
Right. A whole bunch of them were like, "Oh no, he's gone. Let him go."
Yeah? They gotta go. So they were never your friends, man.
They were.
But like, okay, see, all right.
Yeah, they were.
They were, but
and
all of a sudden,
really, kind of they are, But
are you still in contact with them?
I can be, and it's difficult, and it's been 13 years, so a lot of those relationships, if you stop feeding them, they just they let it go, and no hard feelings. And I've developed an entirely new social group since then, so that's fine.
No, yeah. Okay.
I mean, the net long run, it was a very positive thing for me. For a year or two, that was a real bummer.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Did you feel betrayed? How did you feel when when it hit you? Like, okay, like damn, it's my whole.
Betrayed,
Did you look at life
lied to.
differently?
Yeah, I went through about 3 or 4 years of angry atheist phase. It's a very common phase when somebody loses their faith. They become an angry atheist and they become bitter about people lying to them. And then later on, they come and go, wait a second, but they believe it. They can't be lying to me if they really believe it. That's not a lie. That's just somebody saying what they think and they're wrong at worst, you
Yeah,
know? So,
yeah,
yeah, that kind of thing.
yeah. Okay.
So I'm pretty okay with it these days. I'm good with it either way. If you believe in God, you're my friend. If you don't believe in God, you're my friend.
Yeah,
It's so good.
it doesn't matter
I don't
exactly.
care what
Good
you
vibe,
believe. I
good
only care
vibes
what you
all the
do.
time. Hmm.
And if you're doing good, bring it. Bring it. I don't care why.
That's so. You're a really cool dude.
Thank you.
100%. The
Thank
coolest
you.
dude I've ever met.
You haven't met him yet.
I've spoken to him.
Okay.
That's what he's a really cool. He's nice.
He's an amazingly cool dude.
He can join us.
Yes, he can. He will. Right now, he was just setting things up and that kind of thing. Thank you for this talk. I have really enjoyed it.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
This is like my first time ever doing something like this.
I want to give you one of those squishy pieces. You can choose a color.
Okay, I just reach
Red,
over it.
yep, red, green, or blue.
Just one.
You can take one for now. This is an obvious bribe to get you to come back twice more.
Yellow.
Yellow. Excellent.
Green Bay Packers.
Excellent. All right.
Oh, green and yellow. Perfect.
Cool.
I could just keep it.
You can keep that.
Are you here often? I need to get your contact information.
Yeah, definitely. Let's make sure we write down the contact information
and
email you things.
I could take this off?
Sure, you can take that off.
Okay.
All right. Did Kimberly leave for a restroom or something? Bug spray. Very good. So as far as how often, we're doing these in the park things like once or twice a week, and we've been moving around to different parks because there are people doing this thing, and we're trying to allow them to get some experience out in public.
Oh, okay.
During COVID, a bunch of people have gotten experience online, and that works out great. But it sort of translates to this, and this also has obviously a big technical hurdle if you want to like record it or publish it.
If I shut myself out? Is that okay?
You can do that.
Oh, sweet. Okay.
Sure. Yeah, totally.
I'm back.
Yeah, you're good.
If you guys are interested in anything I do, I'm a YouTuber. I make fast-paced, quick vlogs, and just Osmo, as you can see. OSMO, HAZLO. I make funny, entertaining videos. If you're interested, check me out.
Okay, so what I'd like you to do is come here and take my seat.
I got you.
And use this keyboard and type into the chat all of your contact information.
Oh, 100%.
And then we can copy and paste this into the description of the video.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm going to wipe down these things for the next people.
Okay. Just straight out, just type in my YouTube, my Instagram, everything.
This is the live chat room where they were asking questions.
And
just put it in there, and then later on I'll look for it, or my producer will, and we'll drop it into the description of the video.
Okay. All right. What's up? I say hi, Osmo. Hey.
Well, actually, I don't think they can hear you. Oh, no, they can hear you. You can't hear them right now. But people can talk to you back in the text right there.
No, I see them. What's up? What's up?
I'm going to move this microphone. So would you take that slider on the third slider? Do you see on my mixer? The third slider.
1, 2, 3?
Yes. Down. So that I'm
all the way
move
down?
This mic. Yeah, move it down.
Okay.
Good. I'm going to move this mic, and I don't want to... And I need fresh tape. I was distracted by how much the mic was in your face. I couldn't see you directly.
Oh man. YouTube, Instagram, Osmo, and Twitter too.
Yeah, all those things.
Twitter.
Put all your stuff in there. And then I'm gonna reach over there and grab an email and email to you so you have my contact.
Everyone's like, this. I feel like I'm just a kid at heart. Like that's just me.
Okay.
That's why that's why everyone's just like, I'm just so positive. I'm like super. I try to maintain like always a positive energy. I can just share it off to everybody else. Osmo, the Instagram, YouTube, Instagram, Twitter. If you laugh, you lose. Oh yeah. Oh wow, this guy actually got my. That's so awesome. Thank you. This guy right here.
Which guy?
This guy right here did the link thing for me. The FK.
Excellent.
Yeah, thank you.
FK.
FK.
Yeah, FK is my producer. He's
no.
This is Anthony.
Oh, okay.
FK is in North Macedonia running.
North Macedonia. Where's that
it's
at?
near Rome.
Wow.
Yeah, just a little east and north of Rome, and that's where this whole operation is being clustered into, so that
from Rome. That's insane. What's up? All right. Well, there you go. I take no credit. No, thank you. That's amazing. You did that for me. That's really awesome. Well, yeah, there's everything right there, you guys. I really hope you guys check me out, and I'm sure my laughter will get you. Oh my God, I laughed really hard, and like, yeah. Take care, you guys. Please stay safe. Wear a mask. Wash your hands. Wash everything, and see. Hopefully, you guys might see me again because this is so much fun.
The interview, we asked you what you believe in why, and yeah. I think we had some cards. Should be some business cards in here. Yes. Look it up. Wow. Okay. This is not my card. This is Reed's card.
Okay.
Friend of mine.
Okay. No.
And no problem if you send it something and say, and tell juggling lessons, or I'm Dolly.
Okay.
I'm juggling lessons. And those are good stuff. I have my own cards in the plan, but I haven't.
All right. We get that stuff. All right. Well, I might wait. But why you guys better?
I do have some generic SD cards. I have some SCI cards in here somewhere. And yes, I want to have a set of generics. I also want to have a set that has my channel details on them.
If you could search for this word on any social media platform, you're going to find something about it.
Yeah, no, I'm more fucking. I'll definitely check it out. This is really fun. This is really fun. I really love this.
When's the last time you had somebody like respectfully interrogate without it getting attention? It doesn't happen. But it doesn't mean so you try to take your ego out of it and try to be a mirror to you. I want you to see your own views. So you can consider them.
I'm literally the same way. Like I love knowing. I love how people. I love this. I love hearing the views.
There's no spaces or anything in that.
There's a whole
Yeah, that's
yeah.
Discord and Facebook.
Yeah. That was a lot of fun.
Yeah,
Anthony, right?
Yeah.
Anthony? Awesome.
Very nice to meet you. Yeah.
All right, nice to meet you too. Thank you. Thank you for this.
Thank you.
Awesome.
We'll see you around. Tell your friends.
You will. I will.
Okay, thanks.
These are 80%, 70% alcohol or something. So either that or this will do pretty much the same job. Yeah. Let's talk.
Oh, do you mind if we move the table like 6 inches that way?
No
Can
problem.
we do that?
Let me just move this
Just
a
so I'm
little
not-
bit, and then
This won't collapse as we move it. Will
It won't.
Okay. I think that's.
if you lift it from the middle, it'll do something, but this way it's locked, properly locked. So I'm going to move the camera just a little smidgy. Smidgy. That looks good.
Help yourself to the water if you want it.
Okay.
You're not going to challenge me on a claim, are you?
I could if you like.
No. I do not consent, Dolly.
Okay. All right. Then I won't. Because I have a consent fetish.
Dali, since he doesn't want to
Yes.
Answer to a claim, maybe he will want to answer to a conspiracy theory I have around Anthony. I think he just built a pond in his house for the
How's everybody doing
biggest dad
Can you hear
joke
me?
of
Oh,
the
I should
year.
probably put these on.
Yeah, because he's talking.
Have they been wiped down?
I've wiped him. Okay, FK, start that over, please, so Anthony can hear.
Yeah, hello, Anthony. Since you don't want to answer to a claim, I just have a conspiracy theory around you. I think that you built the pond in your house just to have the biggest dad joke, so that people ask, what are you doing outside? You can just say, I am pondering.
Oh.
That was a long hike for that view. Boo.
Oh, yes. Renaissance says boo.
This is so cool watching the live show text as we're sitting here talking.
Indeed.
You know, this is kind of a nice break because I've been cleaning out my wife's parents' house. They passed away a few years ago. So we've been, this is like our 4th trip out to Los Angeles to try to clean out the house. I think this might be our last trip.
Okay.
But it's nice to get away from it to do this.
Yeah.
When I walked up here, you had about 5 people.
I did
in line wanting to sit down and do talks.
And because of our they disconnected a little bit, and we used up their window.
Mm-hmm.
That's okay. There's plenty of people coming by.
Oh yeah.
Yep. And then there's 4 guys in a truck, which I'm hoping not to see again.
Right. They said you can't be here. You need a permit.
Yeah.
And we chatted with them a little bit. We assured them we weren't selling anything.
Right. Just interviewing people.
I think that appeased them.
Yeah. Yes.
And
especially that we were willing to go through the whatever. Okay, please tell me the hoops to jump through, and we'll jump through them. And yeah, I would be willing to jump through hoops to get the permits of the thing if that's the required thing. And there's also a whole bunch of other places in Los Angeles that might not require permits.
Yeah. They're probably just used to chasing people out of here who are selling stuff.
I bet.
But I've seen people sell stuff that have not had, well, I haven't noticed them getting any, not that I'm here all that much. But.
Yeah, and really, I wouldn't know if they had a permit.
Good point.
Yeah, I wouldn't know with one way or the other. Okay, yeah, so
what's up?
Welcome. It's good to meet you in person. It doesn't seem actually all that different. I mean, in 3D, you look the same as you do on video, except for that mask.
I know. I wish I could have it off.
Mm-hmm.
My face is sweating.
Mm-hmm.
And Kimberly went to go get some bug spray for us.
Okay, good. Yeah, she's good at knowing what to fix.
Yeah.
So, the wide angle camera. We'll work about that after we.
Yeah, there's no wide angle shot for some reason. I don't know. We tried. We really tried.
Well,
sure what's going on with that.
Well, maybe do that another pass.
Kimberly's going to CVS now. Ralph's was out of bug spray. Oh man.
Okay, so that means she has to find a new parking space, or maybe she's walking.
I think she walked to the first place.
Okay,
but I don't know if that means that she needs to drive somewhere.
So how did your parking go?
It was easy.
Oh,
yeah, I just parked at the bottom of that hill there. Yeah, there's no problem.
Wow. We had to drive around for 20 minutes before we found a parking spot that was at least a half a mile away, down a whole bunch of steep hill. So
I wonder
we didn't get lucky.
No, you didn't. I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah.
But because it's a lot of equipment you have out here.
Yeah, we did manage to pretty much get it all on the cart. I carried the studio bag on my back, and the video bag just fits in. The video bag is this big, and the studio bag is huge.
It's always interesting how many people will stop and just wonder what's going on here.
Mhm.
And then it's usually an opening to, well, explain what we're doing and then maybe even get people to stop.
Yeah.
So hopefully we can get some good talks in today.
Probably. That first one was great.
Was it?
Yeah,
With the fellow that was sitting here?
yeah. His claim was everything happens for a reason, and it eventually went into God, and we sort of stayed on that. The confidence actually that was asked was confidence that the creator exists. There is a creator, and that was at 90. He said 100, and then when asked to put it on the scale, he made it 90. That's really cool. Most of the time when I find somebody is talking about 100, they will reach it over here and then push it off. I'll actually see the needle go off the scale when it becomes a faith claim. And in this case, he just put it right there, which I interpreted as 90, and he didn't argue. So, all right, great.
Well, when I heard you ask him what would move him up,
yeah, and he was like,
super long pause. That was
yeah,
good. Yeah,
wild aporia on that. And then I even then, after he was done, handed him a few hypotheticals that would move me up, and he agreed those would move him up. Yes, yeah, 1 Kings 18 or grow back an amputee limb after calling on a name and that kind of thing. And he agreed that those would move him up. And then even with that, he could not think of a move him down.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. So we ended on a test that can't find a failure is not a meaningful, useful test. That's where we left. And he was very happy. Rapport was great. So if I get a rapport in positive numbers, then I can reap the bonus points from Rapporia.
There you go.
Yeah.
He seemed really excited about what we're doing out here.
Yeah.
Can we turn down the volume in mine just a tad?
Yep, that would be here.
It's way better. Yeah.
Way better. Good.
Yeah, it was blasting.
Don't want to blow you out.
Golly.
Yes.
So I have a question.
How'd you get into this?
For Anthony?
Yes, go ahead.
Anthony,
Go ahead.
So
We're taking questions from the audience?
Yep.
Okay. Yes.
So in your however many years you've been practicing street epistemology, how has your kind of spiel or your technique evolved, and what's your biggest takeaway at this point?
It's evolved quite a bit. I literally used to go out with a sign saying, "Why do you think God exists?" 5-minute chats, something like that. Like I had a specific topic that I wanted to explore with people.
Yep.
So plus I think I was going about it all the wrong way. Like
Okay.
I was going at it with an agenda, or at least at the very least, like a specific topic that I wanted to explore. And it's changed over the years to the point where I ask people to pick the topic. What do you want to talk about? Because you start to learn that you can use this approach with almost any claim.
Yeah.
It almost doesn't even matter what the claim is. Well, if it's a claim that they think is true and it's important to them, that's the important thing. Because when you engage with somebody using this approach, you're challenging them on something that's very important to them.
Yep.
And then the technique isn't really much that different. You're listening, you're repeating back, you're figuring out how sure you are that this is true. So I think that if you pick a topic that they want to talk about, I'm thinking that they will be more engaged.
Yeah.
And maybe it will stick with them longer, so that they will look into this further. Because that's my biggest goal these days. How can I leave them with something to want to look into this further and share it with a friend or something like that? Because it's nice to have a one-off talk, but if it ends there, like it's much better if they go back to tell their friends about this great talk they had. And so if they're picking a topic that I'm foisting on them, I think that was problematic. So that was a big development. I was a lot more nervous too when I first went out, because I really didn't know what to expect.
Right.
It was a big unknown. I didn't know if people were going to punch me in the face, ignore me. And really none of that happened. People were very excited about what I was doing.
Yeah.
So that was bolstering to me. That emboldened me to keep wanting to do it more and push myself. when I saw the people's reactions to it. So I guess that's changed. So like today, I'm not worried about anybody sitting down to talk. I could talk to pretty much anybody as long as they're being honest and open and they're listening and they're not being a jerk, you know. That's been a huge development in my own personal growth. Yeah, sure. Yeah. Was there a second part to that question? I can't remember.
Willie Mo, did we get your whole question answered?
There are some technical aspects of it too, like from a recording point of view. You know.
Oh, heck
like,
yeah.
I think I just had one camera when I went out and
right.
And, you know, I would go out with 3 now. You know, and the editing has become much more complicated, and I'm spending more time on the production of it. Yeah, I mean, it's come a long way. I think it's come a long way from those early days.
Yeah, indeed. The ability to live stream in a situation like this, 6 months ago, I didn't think that this was practical. I was blown away. And I thought I was going to go out and do essentially a Reed style production with GoPros on the table and the thing that I was going to use tablets because I had them instead of GoPros, because that was, you know, maybe a trade-off that worked. And then FK, my producer, we often say that this community is self-organizing, and I really reap the benefits of all that. I start talking in general about, you know, I'm thinking of doing this channel and it's going to be, you know, this kind of thing. And I want to talk about not just vanilla SE. I want to try all the other parts of it. And FK says, okay, you want to do some editing, but I think we can do better. Really? And he has convinced me by demonstration even that multi-camera live is less work than edited. And while there is a distinct quality difference, when I look at the good edited videos, they are spectacularly good. And then there's a special benefit to live that makes up for, oh, it's pixelated right now, or we don't have that wide camera in the moment.
Want some water? Help yourself. We're doing interviews today. Yeah.
You could be the interviewee if you want. Yes. At least another 3.5, 4 hours. Yeah. You bet.
Well, there's something to be said for live streaming it, because you avoid apparently all that editing. Well, let's take a step back. Like when I went out, it was a one-man operation.
Right.
I'm recording it, I'm editing it, and it never really occurred to me to, like, although people have volunteered to help me, I figured this is just my thing and I'll just upload it. And I don't want to trouble anybody. Now, in retrospect, that was probably not the best thing to do. I probably should have taken advantage of the people who, not taken advantage.
Yeah. Allowed their involvement.
Allowed other people to get involved as necessary. Now I do that to some extent, like on the audio, I'll send that out. But still, for the most part, I edit it and put it all together. But it takes me a shitload of time. Now, I did go out with, I used to live stream. I don't know if you knew that or not.
That was on a different platform?
I used Periscope.
Yeah.
But the thing with that, it was cumbersome to start and stop a broadcast. So I would basically just continuously live stream.
Okay.
And my phone would be tucked in behind my GoPro.
Right.
Live streaming. So I'd be walking. I'd basically be saying, do you mind if I would do an interview with you and record you as they're being recorded in live stream?
Yep.
Whereas with this setup, there's a safe zone over here, right?
Yeah.
People can see what's going on. They can talk to us. They can figure out what's going on. They have a little bit of a decision-making process going on. And then they're usually pretty comfortable sitting down and talking.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, like in the process, as we walked past there, one person was like, oh, no, it's not my thing. Some people are just not happy, and that's fine. That's fine. I think SE, I really like the recorded aspect of SE, but the published is not nearly so important, in my opinion. That it's published is an advantage for the teaching purposes, But if you're going to do SE and not record it, you're missing out on at least half of your own review and learning opportunity. So, just slap a recorder on the table so that you can hear it later, and maybe you can share it with your personal group of people, not a published, but a private, how many people are willing to review your thing with you and give you feedback. And that is tremendously important.
There's another aspect of the live broadcasting that addresses, as opposed to the let me record a whole bunch of things and upload that one that I like. Is that you're showing everything. You're showing the boring ones, the ones that don't go very well, and it's a true representation of what's happening out here. That's not the case when you have somebody recording and then editing and selectively putting that up there. So, but I mean, I'm not. All of it's good. All of it's good because somebody might be introduced to SE from the live stuff, and then maybe they want to share a more polished production with a friend or something.
Like Reed's stuff is so polished and beautiful. And I really respect his desire to keep the Cordial Curiosity channel with those really polished, high-impact videos, which is why I think he does his live stream on Twitch, so it doesn't kind of overlap on.
He's kind of straddling both, isn't he?
Yeah, which is great. Yeah. So, create clickbait for SE, JCC asks.
Oh, that's so funny because I have a picture to share. I'm gonna put that in the SE Discord.
Okay, good.
Did you see the vehicle with the clickbait license plate?
No.
Okay, I'm gonna post it in the group.
Excellent. So Riddell had a question, and then I have an answer to a question we started to answer before. But Riddell gets to be in front of me.
What's the question?
I don't know.
Oh.
I don't see it typed. I just see it like, can I ask a question?
Are you in the live show text channel?
Yes, live show text.
Okay. How does this? Reed wants to know how this compares to the Rose Bowl Park area. I haven't been there. I love this spot. This is fantastic.
We haven't had to put up the umbrella because we found shade. That's a huge advantage.
Take a picture of you.
If I thought this were reliable that I could get this spot, I wouldn't have to bring the umbrella. Things like that.
Yeah.
So that's a huge advantage. That umbrella is a good 15 minutes of one person at least to do, and of course is maybe a third to half the weight that we carried up the hill because it's got these water-filled counterweights.
I've taken them down, but I don't think I've set them up.
Yeah.
Usually I get here and everything's set up. It's awesome.
Yeah.
But I do help break it down.
Indeed. Clickbait. That's great on the Tacoma. That's fun.
I uploaded a picture of you too.
Thank you.
Hello.
Okay. So, Riddell, you can have it, and in the meantime, I will answer the question. How did I get started? Let's see if I can do this in one paragraph. Probably a year after Dr. Boghossian made the first book.
That shall not be named.
Oh, yeah, we can name it. The Manual for Creating Atheists. I am uncertain whether I actually read it or read a summary or watched several hours of video on the topic from Dr. Boghossian, or my memory of exactly is a little fuzzy. It seems like I read a PDF of it around that time, and my memory of it was I thought this was a neat theory, but it just didn't strike with me. It didn't work at all. At around the same time I discovered your videos, and this was early on. This is 14 or so. And
that's about the time I was going out with my sign saying, "Let's talk about God."
Right. And that's around that time is when it got traction in my head, when I actually understood what the point of it was. The Manual for Creating Atheists, there were several things that turned me off about it because I was post my angry atheist phase, and I was not wanting to engage that part in me anymore.
You thought the book was promoting a more caustic engagement style?
More caustic than yours, maybe.
I agree. I think that's true.
That's where it was. The actual demonstration that you did showed me that it was a lot less confrontational. Now, I'm going to tell everybody in the audience here, I've not been quiet about this, but I have crippling social anxiety. This is weird if you think so. I especially before meeting up with Reed in late January, was unwilling and unable to go out in public and speak to people without family members around to cover my ass. I'm just like, oh.
Even basic transactions, going to the grocery store.
Yeah, go to the bank. Oh no, no. Go to the grocery store. That's pretty easy, but I almost never do that alone anyway.
Okay.
Because go to the grocery store, we know exactly what to expect. Oh, you would like me to put these items in here and then bag them over here and pay here. Okay, no problem.
There's not usually a lot of conversation except maybe a little bit of chit chat.
Right.
Yeah.
So no problem there. And then like one-on-one with somebody is pretty easy. I'm.
Hello.
Howdy.
How are you doing?
We're doing interviews today.
Yeah. You want to do one?
Well, kind of, yes, but not really, in the sense that we were just talking, waiting for someone like yourself.
We're literally here for you folks. We're just passing the time and catching up.
Yeah, sure. Yours or mine?
Why don't you take them?
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, and those are any topics you want, really. Those are just some suggestions that happened from last time. And we'll pick up on how I got started after. Okay.
Should abortion be legal?
Yeah. Any of those things.
It's not limited to those topics either.
Yeah.
Right.
Abortion definitely.
Yeah. So pick any topic you like. Sit down and tell me about it. What's your name?
Isaiah.
Isaiah.
Do I need to put the headphones on?
Yeah. The headphone. Yes, and please wipe them out there. I'm assuming spelled Isaiah.
Correct.
Okay. Your name is half vowels.
I've never realized it.
That's okay. Welcome, Isaiah.
Mask on, please.
Do you have a particular claim? Sorry, FK, go ahead.
Mask on, please.
I haven't said anything. Are you
What on? Sorry, I didn't hear you.
Mask on,
could you-
please.
Mask
right.
up. Yeah.
This is a fake mic.
You sound just fine through it.
Okay.
Yeah. Can't see your pretty smile,
It's
but
a damn good mic. You sound amazing. Oh, yeah.
thank you. These are really good mics. I got them based on some very good advice.
Yeah,
So that worked out
great.
Yeah. So street epistemology is where I ask you about a claim, anything that you believe is true about the world that affects your choices.
Mhm.
And then I ask your reasons why and what authorities you accept and what methods you use to come to conclusions and things like that. Okay. So do you have something in mind? There was a mention of abortion.
No, I won't talk about abortion.
Okay.
The law of attraction I'm big on though.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Tell me your claim about the law of attraction.
I feel like you can really speak things into existence, and what you say is more powerful than what we think.
Okay. So I think I'm hearing that what I say can have a profound effect on the world more than just the obvious. Like if I'm in a restaurant and I say medium rare, I'll get medium rare, but that's not what you mean.
No, that's not what I mean. I mean something
you mean
like
more profound.
Yeah, like I can think of an example. Like one time, me and my friend, this was like 2 years ago. It was our first time in California, and on the plane, this is crazy. On the plane, he was talking about this girl named Yara Shahidi. She's an actress.
Okay.
And he was showing me her Instagram. He's like, I love Yara Shahidi. Like, I want her. Like, I really want Yara Shahidi. All right. And then, so the same day, we're out at Pink Taco, and we just happened to see a billboard with Yara Shahidi on it.
Okay.
Then he like, bro, that's crazy. I was just talking about how I want Yara Shahidi.
Okay.
Shortly after that, we go to the mall. I forgot which mall we was at, and we go in the Chanel store.
Okay.
And there's Yara Shahidi. I can't make this
at the store.
In the store.
Okay.
Randomly at the exact same time after it was just very weird how everything happened after he said something about Yara Shahidi. It's like we didn't. It's like we couldn't stop seeing her, and then we literally saw her in person.
did the effect go backwards in time?
Will the effects go
Because the
backwards in
billboard was
time?
up before you said it.
Right. We just happened to be there at the right.
Right. The be
spot.
there at the right time at the Chanel store, that's a separate question. But the
Right.
first one was the billboard, and the billboard I assume was up well before you said that.
Right. The billboard had been way up. Of course, it was way up before we even landed in California.
Right. So the first one, is that a coincidence, or is that like your effect pushing back in time?
I don't know, because we didn't have to go to that mall. We could have. I mean, we didn't have to go to Pink Taco.
Oh,
so
right.
we could have went.
The
totally
mall
place.
thing is a whole different question. Yeah.
Right. I mean, Pink Taco. So the billboard. I don't know. It's just weird because it's so many billboards in LA, and out of all the billboards and out of all the places that we choose to go eat, it just happens to be one right outside, like where we can like big. Like, so I'm not sure if it does go back in time.
Okay.
But I have actually like said something, like spoke something in existence, and then happened literally exactly how I like said it and imagined it.
Right. So this other one where Yahar Shahidi. Sorry, I don't know who this is. I'm just.
She's an actress of a show called Blackish. She's like young. She's young.
Okay. I watch so little television. I haven't been keeping up at all for like the last 5 years at least. So I'm uncultured. So she went to the mall. You saw her at the mall.
We're in the Chanel store.
In the Chanel store.
So first we're in the Chanel store. We're on the lower level. We're about to leave, and my friend is like, "Well, do you want to just go see upstairs while we're here?" We're like, "Okay." We didn't have no money at the time. We was just like, we're just looking. We can go upstairs. Sure. So we go upstairs, and we're looking at shoes, and he like, "Bro, I swear to God, I can't make this up. That's Yahar Shahidi to the right. Don't look." Right. So I'm like looking over, trying not to, But then I kind of look. And her mom like sees me looking and waves at us.
Oh, nice.
And I said, bro, you have to go talk to her.
Yeah.
You literally asked for this.
Yeah, of course.
You said you wanted her, and the universe put it right there.
Right.
So what are you gonna do? And then he choked up. He got scared.
Okay. So the words that you put out, put the billboard aside for a moment.
Right.
But the actual meeting of her in the store, what do you think changed in the world because you put the words out that made that connection possible?
I feel like it made things just line up, like,
okay,
because we could have easily went in the store 30 minutes prior or 30 minutes after, or we could have not even went in the store, or
do you think it affected her behavior at all? Do you think the universe moved her into being into the store, or do you think it just moved you and your group?
And that's a very interesting question. I'm not. I would think that it just moved us closer to what I'm speaking towards.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Do you have any notion about the mechanism, how this works? Is this something like an intelligence that's paying attention to the words and then says, "Oh, that would be cool. Let me fiddle the dice a little bit to make that more likely"?
Now, how it works, that's I really don't. I can't.
Okay.
I really can't speak on how it actually works.
Don't know how it works is a fine answer. I don't know is an answer I like very much.
Don't know how it works. I really don't. But I've seen some like stuff that made me like really start getting into it. Like,
okay. So if I have a confidence meter like this, there's one there, and it's and on here, law of attraction, doesn't it's all confirmation bias. It's all just me guessing or I'm inclined to think so. Psychological reasons maybe. And over here is law of attraction. Absolutely, what you see matters. Put up a vision board. Get what you want at the end of the year. Those kind of things. Where do you be on that board?
I'll probably say in the middle to the right a little bit, leaning towards law of attraction.
A little border.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm going to choose that's like 60 out of 100. Maybe?
Right.
Okay. Oh, good. Kimberly's back. All right. So what could you learn tomorrow? This isn't something you know today, and it doesn't actually have to be something that's true. I'm just looking for what kind of information would matter. What could you learn tomorrow that would raise your confidence from 60 to say 80, that law of attraction was robust and is a good plan for life?
I don't think it would be necessarily something that I would learn or something that could happen. I think it'll be more like me learning more about it in general, maybe. Because only reason I'm not 100% is because like I don't want to be 100% of something I don't know 100% about.
Sure. Yeah.
So that's kind of where I'm at with it.
Yeah. I hear you. Yeah, I very much want to avoid 100% myself on things, and tying it to like a maximum confidence based on my own understanding of it. Yeah,
right.
I think that's a really good way to go. So, if you saw demonstrations of the law of attraction, or other people told you about their testimony where it worked and things like that, would that raise your confidence?
Well, I've seen, like, me and my roommate have seen law of attraction just together. We've been together so much. We've said stuff, and then stuff happens or stuff pops up, and not the type of stuff like when you're on your phone and you say, "I want an umbrella," and you see a whole bunch of umbrella ads. Not that type of stuff, because there's algorithms and a whole bunch of other stuff. I mean, stuff like if I'm at the house before I leave and I'm like, I want to do an interview today.
Yeah.
And I go hiking and you just happen to be here. You know what I'm saying? Like something like that. Like stuff like that has happened. Like, wow.
Okay.
And I've seen it happen to my roommate for first time and stuff before. Like
those would be the kind of things that would improve my confidence as well. Just seeing repeated examples of a thing. That really does affect me. So how about the other direction? Hypothetically, what could you learn that would reduce your confidence that law of attraction is operational compared to the alternatives?
I don't know. That's gonna be I don't know. It'll be tough because it would have to be something that like something so drastic that makes me all my past experiences make me think away with them. Like it'll have to be something like that for me to go all the way away from it, because now that I've been through a few experiences and now
you have so much data that it would take a lot of data in the other direction to move you in the other direction.
Right.
Okay. So someone from the live audience is asking, if you hadn't mentioned her, would you have seen her in the store?
That's tough. I don't know. Maybe not. I may have not even went in the store because it was such a last minute. Let's just go in the store.
Okay.
Like,
somebody else asks, what happens when people speak conflicting desires?
Ooh. You get conflicting results.
Okay. So maybe both results would happen and there's nothing good to do. Okay.
Because what I have learned and experienced, it gets tricky. Because you can say you want something, but you might get it, but not how you wanted it.
Okay. Another question, what fraction of people who interact with her in public had mentioned her in the past few weeks?
No, I can't tell you that.
No idea. Okay.
I don't know. I don't know who said Yashi's name.
Right. And then somebody else asks, is it possible to be coincidental? Could this be a coincidence and not a metaphysical, not a
I do believe in them. I do believe in coincidences.
Okay.
But this was, I don't know. And then some other experiences I've had was just far from coincidental.
Okay.
So I feel like sometimes maybe, but
okay.
Yeah, man, maybe.
All right. So that's all the questions that they had. I'm good with questions. Do you have any questions for me? I don't want to hide behind you.
Oh, okay.
Part of this thing is I'm trying to be very neutral and not push for an alternative position.
Right.
So as a result, you kind of can't see where I'm standing. And you're welcome to ask if you like, if it matters to you.
Well, I just want to have you seen any experiences where you feel like the law of attraction is real?
Yeah. I have seen many examples in the world where I could tie, that thing that I was aware of, that thing that I talked about, that thing that I wished for, and then, wow, it happened.
But not coincidental, right?
Well, I don't know if it's coincidental. The thing is, I can't tell all what kind of things happen in the background and whether or not for me saying something, somebody could hear it and say, aha, and make it, or because I'm thinking about a thing, I could really invite opportunities for that to happen.
Right.
I could know that a friend is coming into town and set it up to where it's a lot easier for that friend to come visit, and then they do. That's not weird. That's not spooky. And I can't always tell how much my just making room for a thing actually mattered in it being able to happen for me.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of, do I have any other questions about law of attraction? So do you put law of attraction in the same space with with manifesting, and
I don't know what manifesting is.
basically like speaking and seeing things into existence? Kind of like the law of, basically it's kind of along the same lines of law of attraction. It's kind of like, I don't know, like I manifested this, like me moving to California. I kind of like manifested it. I had no plan, no idea. I didn't even know I was going to move. I just said a year ago, I said, yeah, I'm moving to LA next year. And I wasn't serious.
Okay.
And then opportunities came to me to move
Okay.
after me putting it in the universe.
Somebody asks, if you and I want different things, whose desire gets preference? You said you get conflicting answers.
If you and I want different things,
yeah.
Well, I feel like if I'm speaking on something and you're speaking on something, then what you attract is going to come to you, and what I attract is going to come to me. I feel like if I say something, I'm attracting it to me and not both of us.
Okay.
So if I say, I don't know, like I say, I'm gonna.
Okay.
I don't know.
So somebody asks, so what about when you're planning on buying a new car and then you start noticing that car on the street more often? If you're thinking about a car, will you notice that car driving along?
Oh yeah, like if I say I wanted to buy a car,
yeah,
I'll start noticing it more.
Yeah.
Like randomly, we was talking about we wanted to get a Porsche Panamera.
Yeah.
I could not stop seeing Panameras on the road.
Right.
And it's like, you don't even see that car often.
I see Teslas constantly.
Right.
Yeah. You know where I stand.
And it's not like a Range Rover. Out here you see a Range Rover every 5 seconds.
Right.
So it's not like it was a Panamera.
Around here I see Teslas every 5 seconds.
Yes. The only thing I've seen, like, every car, damn near every 5 seconds, but the Panamera. It's like nobody really has those. So for me to just keep seeing Panameras, it was very, very weird.
Yeah.
Very weird. And now this is not with the law of attraction, but it was weird because we were talking about it, and then Panamera ads started coming up on my phone. But that's a totally different conversation.
Well, okay, Panamera ads. I think that Google can totally make the law of attraction work because they're paying attention to what you're paying attention to. So that one, no, I completely agree that I could, by my online activity, attract ads for the things I'm interested in. So these are my very cool gaming dice. Okay. You've ever seen? Yeah, those are fun gaming dice. Could someone?
Dice like this. Wow.
Yeah, those are really fun. I use them for creating passwords and whenever I need random numbers and things. Could someone attract a particular number when rolling a dice and have that number come up more than chance?
Oh, that's a good one. I gamble a lot, so I don't know. I'm on the fence with that one because I do roulette a lot. I play roulette a lot.
And I say, all right, every morning I'm going to roll this dice, and if it comes up a 1, I'm going to choose to not talk to anybody today because this could be the bad kind of day. And if it comes up to 6, I'm going to search someone out that needs help and give them help. So there's like a polarity, a moral behavior to it. Will 6 come up more than 1? Because I tie a behavior to it. I tie an intention to it and a desire for that to help me guide when I'm going to do a thing.
This one is tough for me because I think so much about when I go to Vegas and gamble, how much the casino is rigging it. That's tough. I feel like you can. I feel like you can, but I don't know I don't feel like the morality would play a part in it. I don't.
Okay. Well, so what kind of thing could influence? So if I'm using a dice to tell me a set of actions,
Right.
could I? I mean, it would seem like if I was actually using that and it mattered, that would influence the numbers. That the number for one action would have to come up more often than the other if it would be better for me, or if the universe would be better served, or if my goals are, I don't know. I'm trying not to put in like an operational thing because I'm not introducing God into it, or I'm not introducing other things. I'm trying not to expand past your claim.
Okay. This one is tough because I've tried to the one time I remember trying to use the law of attraction when I was gambling.
Yeah.
I actually was in profit. When I haven't, but maybe I'm drunk and just not thinking about it. I'm just gambling.
Yeah.
I'm losing. But that's also I don't know. It's tough because I've only did it one time where I was playing roulette.
Yeah.
And I was saying, okay.
When we're working with randoms, we need a large end before we could know anything. Yeah.
Right. So I don't know. That was tough. I feel like I don't know. I'm gonna roll a 6. I rolled a 4. I don't know. So
yeah, single test is probably not going to help.
Right.
We probably have to run it a couple of hundred times before we would know much. But if you're doing law of attraction and you're doing this every day for a year, you might have enough of an end to have some statistical power.
I feel like in a way, I think you can. I don't know. It's just I think you can.
Thank you.
So.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I've really appreciated the conversation. Thank you for telling me about this.
Yeah, I thank you. I really like this. I'm probably gonna go home and shower and come back.
Okay, great. We'll be here.
I wanna talk all day.
Yeah,
but I can't.
And you can talk to him.
Oh, great. I'll pick a new topic.
Either one.
I'll pick a new
He's
topic.
my teacher. He's ready for it.
He's ready.
Right. He's talking about it. He goes home and showers and comes back later. Yeah, no problem. Okay, I'm going to stand up. Thank you very much for this, Isaiah. Appreciate that. I'm going to wipe down those dice for the next person. And I think I'm giving up my chair to Anthony now. Thank you all.
YouTube?
So I'm going to type.
Y'all on YouTube?
Yep, we're live streaming on YouTube right now.
Okay. That's great.
Oh, please say in the camera that you are happy to be recorded in live stream.
Oh, yes, I'm happy to be recorded in live stream.
Thank
you.
you.
Can use this. Make as much money as you want.
Oh, there's no money in it.
What do you think about it? I like it. Did you like it? Yeah, I actually like stuff like this.
What's your name?
This is my first time.
Maria? Thank you.
It's gonna have your name on it.
I wish there was a sticker. What is it called? Jubilee. You heard of Jubilee? So
okay, I need
like this,
to set up the remote.
Might let them dry first.
Like the thing might be.
You'll have alcohol fumes.
Okay, remote appears to be up and running. Thank you, Senator Kiwi.
This will be live streamed. Later, he will edit it down and take out the blank spots because we'll have 10, 15 minutes for people
Okay.
talking. So later it'll be a
Thank you.
short. Usually you put up the claim, you put up what you're talking about, and then he'll ask you basic questions about what you said. Okay. I didn't cooperate with no bugs today.
I like it.
Try.
Okay.
He can help you figure that out too.
This is the remote control.
How long do you guys stay out here?
4 hours or more.
Maria, do you want to give it a go?
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
This is your
Thank you.
OBS deck.
So this is my first time sitting down at this setup, and it's whatever you're more comfortable with.
Okay.
Alcohol wipes.
Thank you.
Oh wow.
So this is.
You're assuming I can read the screen. Okay.
Try a remote with the claim. So in this case, like for example, we have a wide with the face-to-face, boom, or maybe just a face-to-face, and you'll notice that this will switch
Okay.
to just you and her on the other side. with a different screen. It's got a bit of a delay, interestingly enough. There it goes.
Is that page still around?
This is so high tech. Usually when I do this, I'm standing with a whiteboard and a camera, and I just say, "Can I do an interview?" And people agree, and then I record it. But I like this because it's a little bit more relaxed.
Yeah.
You know, we're sitting down, we're chatting.
Right.
Yeah. You'd stopped and we chatted a little bit before you came to sit down just now.
Yeah.
I think I caught you before your run.
Yep, you did.
Do you want to do a wipe down?
My mask.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're trying to show a real good.
That's good. Yeah.
A good example, even though this table is long enough that maybe it isn't strictly necessary.
Right.
Yeah, we went with the 6 foot.
I really dislike having to wear the masks. I think that you gain so much more by being able to see people's faces.
Yeah.
But unfortunately. All right. We met before, just I don't know, 30 minutes or so ago.
Yeah.
My name is Anthony, and you said your name is Maria.
That's right.
Was there any particular topic that you were thinking of as you were running to talk about when you came back here? We can talk about anything.
Okay.
Ideally, it's something that you're pretty sure is true, to the point where you act out on it.
Okay. I believe that the world is created through imagination.
There's lots of people here on this planet. Is everyone walking around with a different version because they have different imaginations of what's actually happening or something else?
Yeah, they do. They have their own, everyone has their own way, the belief systems, thought patterns, what they believe to be real, and that what creates their reality.
How far are you willing to go with that? Like, can I manifest something? Maybe that's not the right verb, but can I create my own reality in something that you might think is impossible?
You could, I think so.
Can
It may take time, may not come instantaneously, but yeah.
you think of an example? It would actually happen in this lifetime, almost certainly, or?
It's not certain, but I would say.
Do you have an example?
Example.
Yeah.
I would say anything that we see in our physical presence, buildings, roads, trains, cars, all of it started in imagination. And
How is imagination different than perception? Or is it the same?
it's similar to a degree. So you could have someone could have a different view on something than someone else, and it could create a different outcome. So it could be the same thing, but two different perspectives creates, if you get what I'm saying. And then imagination is a world that we live in and creates certain events afterwards.
Okay. Yeah, I'm thinking an example would really be helpful.
Okay.
Can you think of an example with maybe one of the objects that's on this table here or something else? We have this box of candies. It's funny how many different topics you can have just from this box of candies. But we don't have to pick that.
That sounds good. I like Tic Tacs.
Would you like one?
Okay.
There you go.
Thanks.
You might want to sanitize it or wipe it down.
Okay.
Can you think of an example where somebody can use their imagination with that box of candies?
Okay. It's kind of like, okay, imagine these Tic Tacs or candies were alive, and their reality only consisted within this box. And they thought, okay, this is my life. I'm in this box right now. But what they don't know, that there's a whole world outside of this box. They just lifted the lid.
So does this hypothesis that you have only apply to living things? Living things that can have an imagination, maybe.
It could. So say these are ants.
Okay.
Maybe ants have an imagination, but they're living things. And I would say, what's something that's not a living thing? Well, everything is living and moving, but just made up of different stuff.
Oh, that's interesting. So now I'm torn whether I should keep questioning you about the imagination thing compared to perception, or explore what makes something living. Where do you want to go? What would you like to talk about? Or something else completely. We don't have to.
No, that sounds good. Well, I would say, just to address this hypothesis, that we are bound by the thoughts that we give it. So just like these candies in the box or the ants in the box, we can just lift open the lid and have a whole new world, instead of thinking we're only confined to what we believe to be true.
Okay. So myself, I'm kind of like a logical person, or at least like to think that I am. And I'm envisioning a kid who maybe has some parents who is very restrictive and limiting that kid from doing stuff. And then maybe the kid gets older and then is able to sort of use their imagination and think outside the box. Kind of like, is that what you're talking about? Or
yeah, it could be for a kid, it could be an adult, doesn't matter what age. It's just what you're believed to be true, that will be what you get. When you expand your perception, then you can have so much more.
Okay. Could somebody believe something to be true that will never manifest itself in reality?
Probably.
Okay. So there are some limits to it? Maybe?
Maybe.
Okay. How does this belief, what kind of value does this belief give you? Does this perspective or this hypothesis give you? What are you getting out of it? Like,
it gives you expansion, unlimited possibilities, openness.
Okay. Can somebody who doesn't share your view attain those things?
Yeah.
Okay. How did you develop this view?
I developed this view, I would say, from an accumulation of life experiences, and from always getting to that silver lining. No matter what it is that happens, there is always, it always fixes itself, no matter what it is.
Do you have an example?
An example?
Like a real world example where you would look back and say, this is the perfect illustration for this thing that I'm trying to explain to this dude. Do you have anything like that?
Let's see. I would say, okay, for example, the pandemic that we're all experiencing right now, it forced us to isolate and change our way of living, and a lot of devastation has come from it.
Yeah.
And also there has been a silver lining for me personally, and what it's allowed me to do and grow individually as a person, how I want to express myself to the world.
Oh, I see. You've seen some personal growth because of this terrible thing that's happened.
Yeah.
Okay. How does that relate to the imagination and perception side of things that we were talking about earlier?
I kept staying true to my imagination and what I want to create in my reality, and just kept moving forward.
What?
Yeah, steal your phone.
Sure. Excuse me.
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. Yeah, just kept moving forward.
Kept moving forward? Yeah. Okay. I want to do an experiment with that box of candies. You can just leave it there if you want. You can even have one if you want. Could I imagine that the total number of pieces in there is a certain number and make it true because I'm imagining it to be that?
Ooh, that's like magic, which I'm sure is possible. I just don't know specifically how to do David Blaine magic or anything like that.
Well, I guess what I'm wondering, if like that container probably doesn't hold more than 30 pieces, I'm thinking.
Right.
But if I imagine that there were 100 in there, would it make it factually true?
There's probably some sort of way to explain that, which I don't know how, but there probably is a way.
If a box of 30 pieces sells for $5, and I tell you to imagine that there's 1,000 in there and pay me, you can give me $600 for it, I guess. I would do it. Would you do it? Would you pay me that much for it?
Because you're telling me there's 1,000 pieces in there?
Yeah, if I just say, listen, all you need to do is imagine that there's 1,000 in there and not 30, would it make it, what would you do? I'm kind of curious how you would respond to something like that.
It depends on how valuable that is to me.
How do you define what's valuable to you? Like, what would have to happen in order for you to like shell over and give me $500 or $600 for it?
Right, these better be gold candies. These are like, okay.
If I just said, no, there's like 1,000 regular Tic Tacs in there. They're not really special. They're the same kind of Tic Tacs. Like, I guess what I'm trying to test here is how far are you willing to go to let me imagine something that impacts you? Like, do you understand my question, or?
So your question is, you're telling me there's only 100 in here, but you're telling me there's 1,000, and how far am I willing to believe what you're telling me? Because I'm imagining it to be the case. I would say, do I believe there's 1,000 in there? And if I don't, then I wouldn't. But if I align with your beliefs, maybe. Do you have the ability to use your imagination to tell yourself that there's 1,000 in there and pay me for 1,000 when there's only 30 in there? If I get something out of it, if it gives me a feeling or something in return that is equivalent to, oh my God, there's 1,000 candies in there, then maybe I would. Is that right? Okay. All right. But for real though, I would not spend $600 on a candy. Got it. No. For real. But what's so different? Like in reality, you're saying, it almost sounds like you're saying, in reality, there's no way I'm giving you that much money for what you're telling me is 1,000 pieces when I can count that there's 30 in there. Why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you extend? And I don't want to misrepresent what you're saying about imagination, but why wouldn't you allow yourself to accept my claim that there's 1,000 in there if you just simply imagine it to be the case? Because I don't think I would want candy that much. Okay, awesome. Do you have any questions for me? Do you want to know or anything like that? Yeah, what are your beliefs? Or something else? I don't know. Okay. But yeah, what are your thoughts about imagination and creating your... Yes, I didn't mean to dodge your question. I just needed clarity. I don't think that I can I might be able to convince myself, maybe. Honestly, I don't think I could. Because I'm looking at that container and there's no way that 1,000 pieces would fit in there. So I don't think I could imagine it to be the case. Like maybe
there was some way of melting them, squishing them or something, and getting 1,000 in there. I suppose that's possible.
Right.
But we're not talking about trickery or.
Right.
So my position is, I don't think you can imagine something to make it factually true.
Okay.
I think there's value in sort of envisioning what I want to be the case. Like, I might want to lose 20 pounds.
Yeah, that's more of the wavelength I'm thinking.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. More like goal setting?
Goal setting and following through on what you imagine, and then you can have what you want to achieve.
Yeah.
But there is magic and all that is out there, but yeah.
Could I use magic to lose 20 pounds?
Maybe.
Awesome. Okay, that was beautiful. That was a great talk.
Yeah.
Anything more for me?
I think that's all.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
That was awesome. Thank you very much. Okay, I think we're done here. And normally I'd shake your hand or something, but in the days of COVID.
So how does this work? Like,
you don't have to sign anything, really.
Will you guys, are you going to put my name anywhere? Can I see this on this channel?
There's a link to the live broadcast on YouTube. Is that right?
Yes.
What's the best way to get that to you?
Maria was above your picture.
And audience is suggesting a puzzle piece.
Ah, yes. I forgot about that.
Okay, so I think I'm gonna. Here is a 4-man.
Do you come to the trail a lot?
Yeah.
Okay. If you would like, you can have one of these 3 puzzle pieces as like a visual reminder of the talk. Would you like to pick one? But I would recommend sanitizing it after you grab it.
Oh, red.
Red? Okay, there you go.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. The idea of the puzzle pieces is to give a visual reminder to think about it, and then maybe you come back and we can keep building off of this talk. You know, because sometimes like a short 5 or 10 minute talk, while it could be useful, there's a lot of different rabbit holes we can go down. Yeah. But I think if you search for his YouTube channel, which is called Juggling Lessons, you should see the broadcast there.
And we have a timer we can set.
It looks like we're getting ready for another. That's me. That's my channel. He's
on my channel right now. And
since I'm visiting, this is all his setup. I'm just sitting down here.
Yeah. Juggling lessons like this.
Turn this on. Put these on so I can hear FK. Puzzle piece.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye, Maria. It's nice talking to you. Thanks. Okay, bye. Do you want to sit down and do the next one? Kimberly, you want to give it a go?
Nope. I'm trying to work out a camera issue. He wants a wide shot.
I do.
Dolly, do you want to do the next interview?
Sure, I'm happy to.
Okay.
What's your
The YouTube channel is Juggling Lessons. Okay. So I'm hoping that we will okay. Puzzle piece, yes, indeed, puzzle piece. It's midnight, yes. Yes, it is. Okay. And so you'd like me to, your brain's turning into a pumpkin, indeed. Okay, so right now Kimberly's setting up the wide angle shot, and hopefully we can let you go. Do not want to push you past your sleepy schedule.
People build their beliefs.
Okay, I think I like that shot. It looks kind of good. FK, do you have a wide shot coming into you from one of those phones? So who's my next person? The camera of, yeah, from SE to YouTube. Oh, I bet. I bet that's long, like 10 seconds at this point.
Did you wipe down?
I did wipe down that. Yes.
Okay.
So I'm ready for.
Like when they ran, then that's the method. Yeah, I'm gonna take this video off.
Okay. It's actually live streaming right now, so check the video out first. You can back it up and see what the other ones were. And then if you wave at the camera, you can see yourself 10 seconds later.
Okay.
That kind of thing.
We want to hand an extra mask?
Sure. I hope we have enough of those.
Donated mask.
Sure. Thank
you. We're trying to be extra careful.
There are currently 31 people watching, just so you can have stage fright.
Where do I sit?
Right there.
Right there.
Yes. So what's your name?
My name's Zach.
ZAC?
Z-A-C-H.
ZACH.
Do I put these on?
Yep. And we wiped them down careful.
Okay.
Good. All right. Welcome, Zach. How's your walking day?
It's been pleasant.
Excellent. The weather's so nice today.
It is.
Yeah. In street epistemology, we like to ask people about things they believe.
Okay.
And then why they believe them, and then, what are their authorities, what methods do they use to come to understanding and stuff like that, and not push back.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever my position is on your claim, doesn't matter to me. Do you have a claim that affects your behavior, choices?
I think so.
I'm big on energy.
Energy.
So basically, I believe that whatever goes in within us
Okay.
is going to reflect on the outside as well.
Okay.
So basically, the law of attraction and stuff like that.
Okay.
I'm definitely big on understanding in terms of belief, really understanding the true meaning of belief and the power of your imagination and so on and so forth.
Okay. So is the claim that energy, I guess the topic is energy, and the claim is that the power of imagination has power outside in the world beyond the obvious.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So can you define that for me? Or what? Can you give me an example of when that works or how that works?
So, for example, let's say energy is motion, right? So
Sure.
you can tell something has energy if it's in motion.
Uh-huh.
So with everything going on right now, we see the wind moving.
Yep.
That's energy, some form of energy. So if we can imagine whatever it is that we want,
Mm-hmm.
the energy that we put behind it, so the feeling that we put behind it makes it come true in the physical. Meaning it's all, whatever it is that we think about is always around us. I'm talking about abundance.
Mm-hmm.
So that's where a lot of people feel like, oh, wow, well, if we're all abundant and so on and so forth, why is such and such happening to me? Well, it's because we keep thinking about it. We keep focusing on it. And whatever we focus on, there's a thing in our brain called the reticular activating system that basically allows us to see what it is that's most important to us by our words and our energy and our imagination.
This is a new word to me. Reticular activating system.
Yes, sir.
Ah, okay. What does that do?
So it's like a compass.
Okay.
It's like a compass. So with the conscious mind, right, we have ideas, so on and so forth. Like, it's really, there's two sides. There's a conscious and the subconscious. The reticular activating system is like the doorway to get into the subconscious.
Mm-hmm.
So the more we keep saying something, or the more that we keep seeing something and we feel that it's important, our reticular activating system is then going to be like, okay, it's now in the subconscious mind.
Mm-hmm.
Now I'm going to make it aware, or make you become aware of whatever it is that you're talking about. So, for example, what type of car do you drive?
Sprinter van or VW Bug.
Okay. And do you see your Sprinter van or VW Bug? It's not yours, but do you see it? It could be on a highway driving the opposite direction, but whenever you see it, it catches your eye, right?
Sure, yeah. If I see white vans, Sprinter vans, yeah, definitely.
So what's happening is you have related your car to be important to you. So every time you see something that resembles your car,
yeah,
your mind's automatically going to go, oh, okay, that's what.
Yeah,
that is.
sure.
So my whole
philosophy, and my dream car, I see that all the freaking time.
All the time.
Teslas, all the freaking time.
All the time.
Yeah.
And it just the more you see it, it just gives that, that feeling.
Yeah.
That it's already done type thing.
Yeah. It gives you the feeling like it's already done. And that helps you get to doing it. Is that?
So, okay. So now we're going to a different topic.
Well, no, I want to stay on your claim. I don't want to distract you. So you take it where you want to go.
Yeah. I mean, it all falls in line. So my mentor, he came up with this formula called the success formula. So success is depending on whatever you believe success is. So he said desire plus skills times faith equals success.
Desire times skills times faith.
Plus skills times faith.
Oh, sorry. Desire plus skills times faith
equals success.
Equals success.
Right.
So faith is an important multiplier in the question.
Absolutely.
Tell me about faith. What is faith?
Faith comes from hearing. So essentially,
okay,
faith is believing the unknown.
Yeah.
Not because that you see it, but because you believe what you heard.
Yeah.
So essentially, when most people talk about faith, they talk about believing in things that they can't see. Well, yeah, they believe in things that they can't see because they believe it as they're hearing it first. And where do they hear it from? You got to hear it from yourself. Because when we're talking to ourselves, the most important conversation that we will ever have is the conversation with ourselves.
Okay.
So essentially, the most important type of faith that you need to have is faith in yourself or self-confidence.
Okay.
So the more that you keep hearing yourself say whatever it is that you're going to say.
So things I hear from myself lead to faith.
Essentially, yes.
Okay. So that'd be like maybe daily I'm going to stand up and say, whether I think so in the moment or not, I am powerful and I am not scared to go out in the world and talk to people.
Absolutely.
If I said that all the time, I would come to believe that, and that would be faith.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
All right.
So yeah, desire plus skills times faith equals success. So the starting factor is that desire.
Yeah.
So the desire comes from just putting yourselves in environments like this. Like this is my second time in LA. We're in where are we at? Canyon.
This is called Runyon Canyon.
Runyon Canyon.
Walking park. I think dog park right there.
Right. Right. So up this hill up here, I just saw multi-million-dollar houses.
Oh yeah, beautiful sights.
It's very beautiful, and it just broadened my horizon. Like, okay, I don't have to live in this type of house. I can have this type of house if I desire.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't really understand that until I actually experienced it. So now that I experienced it, now what's happening is, okay, I got to focus on it if that's really a desire.
Okay.
Right. So how you build your desire is very important. It comes from your environment.
So you were talking about faith, and there was the faith was hearing from yourself. From yourself. Is hearing it from other people also important in the question?
Very important.
Okay, then I have a question from the audience. How do we learn about things that we only hear from other people? If we only heard it from them, should that generate faith?
It would start faith. I would say that it would start faith.
Okay.
If you only heard it from other people. But what's happening is
I need a reset. Sorry. And what do I reset? Do I reset?
Video pro and audio.
Okay.
So I'm not sure.
Okay. Sorry, I'm going to close this for a moment. Ah, yes, that is all locked up, frozen, won't talk to me at all. Good. You're still visible. That's
What's
good.
up, world?
Haha. Am I back? Do I have audio? I can see that I have video. Okay. Apparently we are back.
We're back.
Where were we?
We were talking about someone asked a question.
Yeah,
about-
someone asked the question, how do we learn about things that we only hear from other people?
How do we learn about things that we only hear from other
Right.
people?
If we only hear about from somebody else, should that generate faith?
Actually, yes, it does.
Okay.
It does. But where most people get stuck at is their faith or their belief system is only determined by what other people say. You see, I heard from Bob Proctor. I'm not sure if anybody out there knows who Bob Proctor is.
Doesn't sound familiar to me.
Okay, but if you don't know who Bob Proctor is, definitely tap into him. I forgot who he quoted, but he was like, in order to be free, I must truly be me.
Okay.
See, a lot of us are operating out of programs or paradigms, he likes to call it, off of what somebody else has basically designed. So from birth until about 7 years old, that's where we're really being conditioned or programmed with everything. So what our parents ate, if they didn't like carrots and they didn't feed it to you, then more than likely you're not going to like carrots.
Yeah.
Right. Whatever they believe about themselves, if they believe themselves to be abundant and that money is all around us, then you'll have that same mindset around money. But a lot of people don't.
A lot of things that my mom found disgusting, I found disgusting until I reevaluated it myself, and then I didn't.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So a lot of people are going throughout life based off of what somebody else believed. And how did they come about that? Because somebody else believed in that. Yeah. Somebody else believed in that. And somebody else believed in that. So it's just a never ending cycle. And he said you will never be free until you're truly yourself. So you got to study yourself. You got to, do I like this? Let me try.
Okay.
So it's essentially like that. So when the type of faith that I'm talking about, the faith that I created.
Yeah.
Like I see myself doing something. Do I believe in that?
Yeah.
I have to create that myself.
Okay. So I've got desire, plus skill. So I could have a small amount of desire, but a lot of skill, or I could have a lot of desire and only a little skill. And then I have to multiply that by faith. If I had zero faith, I get no success, right?
No success.
If I have lots and lots of faith, but only a little bit of this, I could have some success.
Some.
Okay. Could somebody develop faith, but because that's informed by like their parents wrong or the things they heard from outside, does bad faith result in no success? Does wrong faith in the wrong thing, faith in the wrong belief lead to zero success, or is it different?
Well, success is based off of perception. So depending on what they believe is success or what success is or not, if you have bad faith, so if you have been hearing bad things about what you believe is successful or not, and you're not there, then that's the reason why you're not there. So essentially, yes, but it's based on perception on what you believe success is.
All right. Do you know people who have strong faith and are wrong?
What is it wrong? What would you say is it wrong?
I'm pulling for a really extreme example, so sorry if I'm taking it a weird direction.
No, go ahead.
I think 19 people on airplanes in 9/11 had a hell of a lot of faith, and I think they were really wrong.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, maybe that's a different kind of faith than you're talking about.
Now, what was the beginning of your question? I want to make sure I answer it right.
I'm looking at if somebody can end up having a faith, and because that faith is misinformed, could they end up being wrong and make their success null and void, make themselves no success, or just a success that doesn't mean anything? Wow, I'm successful at bowling, but I wasn't even trying to play bowling or something. I'm successful in the wrong thing to the point where the success doesn't help at all.
Right. Yeah, whatever you believe in is gonna show on the physical.
Okay.
Right. So whatever you believe in, it doesn't have to be money or house or whatever. Me personally, I feel like that's artificial success.
Okay.
The real success people should really focus on, maybe this is just my opinion,
Yeah.
is loving, hitting that pinnacle level of really understanding the type of energy you need in order to actually get off of this earth, which is love, gratitude, not seeing, you know, differences, but seeing everybody as one.
Yeah.
That's just what I believe in. But to answer your question, yes, like whatever it is that you believe in is going to show up in the physical.
Yeah.
So whether it's what someone might perceive as bad, well, that person believed in it, so it's going to happen. We just can't let it affect us.
Okay. So I've got this formula that you gave me. I've got desire, skill added together, multiplied by faith results in success. And here I have a confidence meter. If this was, that formula has almost no predictive power. And this would be, that formula is so predictive that it's like a physics test. Where would you fit on that scale?
In terms of my confidence in the formula?
Yeah.
I 100% believe in it.
100% believe it. Boom.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you think that the formula is, when I look at something like 100% formula, for me, it's like if I drop something, it's going to accelerate at the ground at 9.81 meters per second, something like that. Or I get really, really high confidence, and it's really precise. Do you find yourself that is a really precise formula as well, or is this a generalizable, more of a generalizable formula?
It's a precise formula.
Precise formula. Okay.
Whatever you build a desire about, whatever it is, like for me, for example, I'm in business.
Yeah.
So if I desire to make $100,000 a year or $100,000 a month,
okay,
it's going to take a certain amount of skill in order to get there.
Yeah.
It's going to take a certain amount of belief or faith. Now,
okay,
when it happens, I have no idea. That's out of our control, but it's going to happen.
It's okay. The win is out of your control.
The win is out of our control, and that's where a lot of people mess up. They're always wondering,
okay,
well,
so
when is it going to happen?
So there's a variable in this one. When we get to success, there's a patience, there's a waiting for it, and not necessarily being able to know that this times this is going to equal this next week, but it just eventually.
And that's another key how you can tell someone has faith. You know when you have faith, when you're at peace in the middle of your storm.
Okay, so if you haven't got the success yet, you can know your faith is good if you're not worried and you just continue to believe the thing.
Correct.
Okay. The hypothetical is a little weird. The question I'm about to ask is weird because you're already at 100. So I'll ask the question, then I'll give you an alternate because maybe it's weird. The question is, what could you learn tomorrow? Doesn't have to be something that's true, but it's the kind of thing that would raise your confidence in your claim. In this case, what could make you more sure that this formula is operational? But you're 100%. So maybe the question is, what evidence could you give me that would make it easier for you to tell somebody else and they believe you? What evidence could you give me that would convince me that this works?
Yeah, absolutely. I'll give my own example. About 3 or 4 weeks ago, I quit my job.
Okay.
That's been a desire of mine for, I would say last year, I made that a desire.
Okay.
And only thing I had to work on was the skills needed in order to do so, and my faith in myself that I could do so.
Okay.
So during that time period, what am I doing? I'm always thinking about what it is that I want. So I'm picturing or imagining, here's where imagination comes in. I'm imagining me doing whatever it is that I want. I'm imagining me on the beach while everybody else is working, or just doing something, right? And I'm always speaking about it, right? And I'm always speaking about it. And because I speak about it, I'm always hearing it.
Right. Totally.
And I always hear it. That means I'm focused on it. Okay. So how I speak, that's going to come across whoever it is that I speak to.
Yeah.
So here's where my skills come into play. With me, I have to network with other people.
Yeah.
So they're not going to believe that I'm on a mission and that I see where I'm going unless I have that confidence with myself. So I have to work on my skills in terms of, well, how am I networking with people? Am I smiling all the time, or am I not smiling all the time?
Okay.
Or
so that's part of the skills. That's part of the skills part of the equation.
Yeah, whatever it is that you want, like it doesn't necessarily have to be for business, but for anybody in sports, for example, you got to have the desire to get to the highest level. But you still need the skills. Like you have to know how to dribble the ball if you're playing basketball. You have to know how to do things at a different type of level the higher you go. But you also have to have faith.
Is faith like self-confidence in this case?
Correct.
Okay. Very good. So somebody asks, there's like 31 people watching. So some of them are talking in Discord. Does faith help in any way besides motivating you? Is it more than motivation?
It's definitely more than motivation.
More than motivation. What's the part that's outside of, because obviously motivation. Yeah. If you believe in yourself, you're motivated. Yes. What's the other part?
It's inspiration. Motivation wears off. It's like deodorant.
I got you.
Or it's like a shower. You got to take one every day. So you got to motivate yourself every day. That's how you build.
So motivation is short term. Inspiration is long term.
Yeah. Inspiration is long term. So by inspiration, I like to look at or break down the word. When you look at it in spirit, Asian, or
inspiration. Okay.
Or in spirit, right? So whenever you're talking about inspiration, you're inspired by something when you're fulfilling your purpose.
Okay.
So that's what it is for me. Like my purpose isn't just money. It's going to get me money. My purpose isn't just business. I'm going to fulfill my purpose through a particular business or whatever. But my purpose is speaking life into people.
Okay.
And showing people the power of belief.
Okay.
So for me, like my faith, motivation is at the beginning. Like I talk to myself every day. Cool. Yeah, I definitely talk to myself. But the faith part, when you feel it, that it's already done. That's another thing. The feeling is a secret. If anybody wants to look into that, that's a great book by Neville Goddard.
The Secret?
The feeling is a secret.
The feeling is the secret, or feeling is a secret?
Feeling is the secret.
The feeling is the secret.
Correct. But once you feel that it's done, that's how you know you're living in purpose. Inspiration.
Okay. All right. So the other hypothetical, that's the one that goes the other direction. Probably the one you're more expecting. That's the next question. What could you learn hypothetically that would reduce your confidence in this formula?
That would reduce my confidence?
Yep. That would put a sliver of doubt to say, wait, maybe there's something else going. Maybe there's another factor to this formula that I'm missing, or maybe in some situations it doesn't apply, that kind of thing.
I wouldn't say anything.
There's nothing there.
There's nothing there because I've seen it work for myself.
And
I've seen it work for my mentors, and I've seen it work for other people.
Okay.
So whenever there's doubt, that just means you're not believing it.
Okay. So what if you met somebody who had really significant desire and who had excellent skills and who, as far as you could tell, had great faith, motivation, inspiration, and they live a moderately long life and do not achieve a success that you or they recognize?
I would ask them, what do they really want?
They died. I said they, in their whole life, they got to the end of their life and you're at their funeral and you're going, damn, that didn't work out.
I don't know. It depends on what they believe success is.
Okay.
So it's like no one can really measure your potential. Like I have no idea the amount of great things that you can do.
Okay.
You can this whole thing that you're doing can blow up.
Yeah.
And it can inspire so many people.
I hope so.
I definitely do too. And it's like nobody knows your potential. We all have infinite potential.
Yeah.
We just have to tap into it ourselves.
Okay.
So for that question, I would really have to understand what did that person really want. Because if they just lived an ordinary life and everything was good, maybe that's what they really wanted. who's to say that they weren't successful?
Right.
So it just depends on what do you really want, and are you willing to go through the process? Because a lot of people don't understand that there is a process, and there's a part of you that has to die in order to get there. But people don't want to kill that past versions of themselves. They just want to stay the same and try to get to another level. But another thing that I heard from Dr. Joe Dispenza, he said, our reality is created by our personality. So if we want a new reality, we have to create a new personality.
Okay. If you want a new reality, you're going to have to create a new personality. And I think this is what you mean, dying to something. And I think you're talking about like a death of the ego, because you're not talking about the physical death. You're not talking about anything like you're saying that something about my psyche and my attitude. I'm going to have to let something significant go and really maybe break some habits.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you for this.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for this conversation.
Absolutely.
In this process, I tend to stay really neutral and try not to give you any pushback as far as like an alternate position. You are welcome to ask me any questions you like. I don't want to hide behind neutrality. So your time if you want.
Knowing what you know now.
Yeah.
With everything throughout life.
Yeah.
What would you do differently than you did when you first started?
Oh, so this is like the question of what advice would I give my younger self? That kind of thing?
Possibly. Or just knowing what you know now throughout everything.
Yeah.
What would you do differently when you first started understanding about life?
Okay, so these would be choices I made back then. Way back then. Okay, the number one thing I would want to tell myself was about Dunning-Kruger. People have asked me this question before, and my answer keeps coming up. I had serious Dunning-Kruger problems where I was so overcertain. I was so sure I was right about things. The thing is, I was a computer programmer, and kind of smart in narrow ways, deeply smart in a narrow topic kind of idea. And I really assumed that my smartness would apply elsewhere. And I was so fucking wrong so much of the time. It would have really, really helped if I could have convinced myself back at the time, wait, you're only smart in this narrow area. If you're not talking about this, assume you're wrong. Assume you're wrong till you know better. That would have been the advice I give myself.
The Dunning-Kruger effect.
Yeah. Yeah, I was in 90% of my life, I was talking for Mount Stupid out there on that Dunning-Kruger graph. And these days, I'm a little smarter in a few other things, but I'm a lot more willing to believe that I'm on Mount Stupid. And so the intellectual humility keeps me from being a jackass.
Right.
I'm not smarter, but I'm less of a jackass.
Right.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And I think that really hurt me in a bunch of times in my life. I think I lost a lot of opportunity because other people could tell I was Dunning-Kruger and didn't know how to tell me and make it work.
Yeah, and that stops a lot of people too. I really actually just heard about that word maybe 5-6 months ago.
Okay.
And I studied it too, and I was like, wow.
Yeah.
I see myself do that a few times.
Yeah, I've only known it for like 5 years, and they started their work in like '99, so I'm late to the party.
Yeah, absolutely. We both are. But I, like yourself, I caught myself doing it. I'm like, wow. So that's what stops a lot of people. So if anybody that doesn't know the Dunning-Kruger effect, it basically means, in a nutshell, you come across information, or there's two sides. There's people who really know something, and you know when somebody really knows something where they're not talking about it all the time. And somebody who really just barely knows a thing, but they know like the gist of it. They talk about it like all the time to a point where it's like a know-it-all. You guys ever ran into a know-it-all?
Totally.
So that's where it comes from. Like the people that actually
was
know.
me. Oh, I was insufferable.
Yeah. So the people that actually know what it is that they're talking about, they don't talk about it because they feel like, oh, it's common knowledge. Everybody knows this, but everybody doesn't know it.
Right. So Thank you. I've really appreciated this
Yeah, my
conversation.
pleasure.
I enjoyed it very much. I want to give you an obvious bribe, one of these little squeezy things.
Okay, I'll take it.
They fit in a set of 3, so that's an obvious bribe to have you come back 2 more times.
I got you.
All right. Thank you much.
I appreciate you. Can I shout out my Instagram page or anything?
Talk it. And if you want to, you can even come over here, type it.
Okay.
Into the live chat, and then we will go back later and throw that in the description of the video.
Okay, awesome.
So yeah.
So guys, my Instagram is actually build with Zach, BUILD, with Zach, ZACH. That's the name of my Twitter as well. I actually just created a new Twitter.
Okay.
So I'm definitely going to talk more on there. And my Facebook name is Zachary McEady, ZACHARY.
ZACHARY.
Correct. And McEady,
Space.
MC.
Space.
MC. EADY.
Excellent.
All right. I appreciate
All right.
you.
So I'll look those things up and throw them in the description when we're editing later. I mean, we're live streaming now, but we're going to take these individual things and also chop them up into separate videos and release them so that people don't have to sit through a 4 or 5 hour live stream to catch all the conversation.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I want some tape.
That was amazing. That was phenomenal.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, that's right.
Okay. I think
Just gonna do a little ritual here. Yes, yes.
Well, I think that's gonna go on this. That ties also into like
I want some tape. Everything. I wonder where Kimberly went.
I think oh yeah,
You ready? Cool.
yes.
And Anthony or Quinn, are you up?
I'm up for it.
Yes.
Oh, so Quinn is interviewing me?
Yeah, it's gonna be.
Yeah, unless you can pick me.
No, I don't mind. Come on down, Quinn.
Thank you.
Come on down.
Thought you were gonna reject me.
No, I could never reject you. Harley Quinn was like my favorite villain, so.
She's one of the best. I don't like how they put her in a Suicide Squad. Have you seen that one?
No, I don't either. That wasn't. It didn't body her authenticity. So yeah, I agree.
She was cute, but
yeah. I felt the same way about the Joker too.
Yeah, Jared Leto.
Yeah, they didn't do a. It was a nice perspective, but did you see the recent Joker?
Yeah.
That I loved.
That was crazy. Yeah.
That I absolutely loved.
Yeah, it was a unique, beautiful movie for sure. I love that movie. I think right when it came out, people were dressing up in Joker masks and going to theaters, and there was a big scare, like people were going to shoot up a theater because the Joker
really
incited a bunch of riots and stuff.
Oh gosh.
Would you ask FK if I'm frozen here, but that doesn't mean you can just ask him verbally.
Hey FK, what should I ask?
Hello.
If this right now it's frozen, but are we still moving on all the video?
Did you hear Dolly?
Yes, all the videos are live. The wide shot should,
Good,
if possible,
pay no attention to that. That monitor is lying.
So sorry, what'd you say, FK?
Yeah, the wide shot. We got feedback from Reed that it should go back quite further because it doesn't work very well with
the wide shot
bubbles.
should go back further.
Okay.
I don't know if that's possible. It looks kind of.
It is possible.
Okay.
You can work with that.
So my name is Marjorie Fleury.
Marjorie?
Marjorie.
Yes. Okay, that's cool. Cool name. So I wasn't really here for that other guy's conversation, but
Zach.
Zach. Did you hear what they were talking about?
I did hear some of what he was talking about was generated around success and belief, and for the most part that's what the general topic was about.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you have a different topic that you maybe wanted to talk about?
So my topic kind of ties into the same thing. Law of attraction is what he picked. So for me, it's about the mind and just how fascinating it is within itself, and how whatever it is that you feed the mind becomes your reality. Like you start to see it everywhere, whether it is a reality to anybody else.
So to you, people can have different realities?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Where's that box of
Can I get some of this hand sanitizer?
Yep, absolutely.
All right, my hands feel kind of.
So I have a question.
Okay.
From over here, you can't really see how many batteries are in this, right?
No.
If you had to guess,
Mhm.
are there an even or odd amount of batteries in
If
here?
I had to guess?
Yeah, just take a wild guess.
Oh, I guess I'll say it's an even.
Even? Okay.
Yeah.
Let's say I said it was odd.
Mhm.
I'm just guessing too. And then we take it out and you're right, it's even.
Mhm.
Would one of us be, could both of us be right?
Well, it depends, I guess, on what you consider odd. Like, just even you saying that it's odd is such a broad statement, because you could be meaning it could
It's
odd
weird.
mean. Yeah, exactly. So at that point, no.
That's a good point. Let's say like we agree on the definitions of odd and even.
Mhm.
Like we're talking about 1, 3, 5, 7, 9, etc. for
Mhm.
odd, and then for even we're talking about 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, etc. all down the line.
Mhm.
If you guessed even and I guessed odd,
Mhm.
could we both be right?
If you guessed even and I guessed odd.
I think you guessed.
I mean,
even.
if I guessed even and you guessed odd, could
Yeah.
we both be right?
Yeah, let's say we take them out.
Yeah.
And we count and it's 10. There's 10 batteries in there.
Mhm.
Would you agree that you're right and I'm wrong in this situation?
Based on what I've been taught to know, which is 10 is an even number, then yes.
Okay. So I'm just trying to. I agree with you, and I think this is an instance where. Okay, so let's say that we agreed. Let's say that it comes out 10, and then I say, no, it's my reality that it's odd still.
Mhm.
Does that seem valid to you or true? Like, because we have this shared reality where we both know what odd and even is.
Right.
But let's just say I see 10 and I say, nope, it's my reality that it's odd.
Yeah.
Would you have a problem with that?
Absolutely not, because first and foremost, that problem would only affect me. And so why would I do that to myself, right? Because if I have a problem with the way you perceive something to be reality and it has nothing to do with me, it's only going to affect me.
If you have a problem with the way I see reality and it has nothing to do with you,
yeah,
the fact that you're worrying about it is only causing you a problem.
Absolutely. Well, I won't, depending on the person, but I choose to see it like, okay, you know what? I'm not here to tell anybody what reality is.
Right.
And so therefore, I'm not going to dispute why,
So you wouldn't argue with me?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Yeah, I think I'm on board with you. Like I wouldn't, if someone said that, to me, it wouldn't be worth it to get into an argument, because it's like, but I guess more what I'm asking is like, even if you're not going to argue with this person who says that 10 is an odd number, would you think that they're wrong?
I wouldn't think that they're wrong. I would want to know why they think that, it's an odd number. I would want to know their perspective and how they got that. Because for me, the reason why I say that is because I understand that there's a lot of things that we grew up and we were taught and that was passed down onto us, and we really don't even know them to be true or not. It's just, this is what was passed on to us. And it's just like, you got to take it as truth. And that's just it. But then, I take it a step further and I'm just like, where did it originate from? Like this came from somebody who said like, here are the numbers. This is what numbers look like. And it's just like, yeah, but who are you?
Right.
Who are you that you got to set up all the rules? And
yeah,
so
math is crazy. It's like there is a big part of it that was conceptualized by just humans, just regular humans. But I guess let me see. So what you said that truth is something to you that's passed on, but you sort of question like the origins of these things. So what? This is another really broad question, but what is truth to you?
Okay, so well, I didn't say truth. I definitely said, things things have been passed on to us. Beliefs have been passed on, yeah, down to us, and we are to take them as truth.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I said. Whether they resonate with us or not. All right. For example, um, growing up, I was taught to fear spiders, right? And I was taught that spiders were bad and they were negative and creepy and all these things that,
Did you get over that?
Did I get over it?
Yeah.
I think they're fascinating now.
Wow.
Now that I've expanded my mind, and because I respect individuality and just differentness, and I see everything within myself, right? Because I'm pretty sure I'm just as weird to that spider. You know what I'm saying? So it's just like, okay. And so instead of that, what I've done is I've allowed myself to be like, okay, first and foremost, this thing that I'm judging, where did those judgments come from? Are they my own? And then once I get there, once I realized, I was taught to fear this. I was taught to look at this a type of way. And then I go back and say, okay, so how do you really feel about it now? And what I love to do is I observe without evaluation, right? So I can observe a spider and I can say, hey, I see that it has this number of legs and it's spiky and it's black and it's versus saying, oh, this spider is bad and creepy and nasty. I'm not labeling it. I'm just calling it how I see it.
You're also not saying I love this spider.
Exactly. It's very neutral. I'm just calling it like it is.
Right.
Yeah.
So I'm curious, like, let's take two claims.
Okay.
One of them is spiders are bad and creepy. That's one maybe belief. Or maybe someone would say that that's a true fact, that spiders are creepy.
Right.
The other one is that 10 is an odd number. Do you see these as both equally perspective based, or is one claim more rooted in, I guess, truth or the absence of truth? You know what I mean? Like, is one a bit more, are they both as subjective?
So what do you mean exactly, like by
Yeah, I phrased that kind of weird. So like you started to say like your beliefs are passed on to you, and you brought up the example of a spider. But as you grew up, you realized that spiders weren't creepy.
Or at least not to me.
Yeah, learn to view them in a different way. Could you do the same with odd and even numbers?
Absolutely. I don't feel like there's a limit to anything because, like I said, throughout my journey, that's what this became. It became unlearning and relearning, right? Realizing that a lot of what I was taught to believe was passed down to me and it wasn't necessarily my own. And so I found myself on this journey saying, what do things mean to me? And so, it goes back to when you hear people say, hey, you don't want to argue with somebody who says the sky is purple. And if they're saying the sky is purple, you let them have that. You see what I'm saying? Like, so, just because I love, like I said, going back and figuring out like, okay, who claimed and made these rules and who were they to validate it as true? Right. And so just to allow my mind to just really be expanded and not be stuck. So yeah, I view everything like that. And like I said, there's a curiosity. I love tapping into my inner child that allows me to be curious about other people and the way they think and view things. Because like I said, my perspective is just my perspective. It's not the truth.
Okay. I think I understand what you're saying. And I want to just take that example a bit further. So like,
okay.
I would say the fact that there's like a cactus plant right here is a truth about our shared reality. Maybe like you can see it, right?
Right.
Okay. Spiders are creepy is something that, to me, not everybody grew up believing that.
Exactly.
I know 5-year-olds who love spiders. So,
right.
For instance.
Right.
But would you say that is they're equal as far as subjectivity goes? Like the cactus being there actually is just as sort of subjective or relative as spiders being creepy. And this is the last time I'll make an analogy. I just want to see kind of how far this idea goes.
Okay, because yeah, the analogy isn't really getting to me. I'm really not like, because like I said, being able to see the cactus right here, that's us observing it versus us evaluating it, right? Now, you're absolutely right. This is our shared reality because we both see that cactus. Now, our opinion of it is what separates it, right?
So I might think the cactus is good. You might think it's bad, but we could say that it's reality that the cactus is there. We can both say, okay.
Yes.
Can we say that it's reality that 2 + 2 = 4?
And that's what I mean. That's an amazing question because, like I said, that's what we were taught.
Okay, so this is something we're not taught.
I mean,
to see that a cactus is here.
I mean, other than the fact that we see, like, it was given a name. You see what I'm saying? Like, it was given a name.
Okay, but the fact that we're experiencing something is we would have been experiencing this thing no matter how we're raised or what we were taught or passed down, is kind of what you're saying. Like,
yeah, absolutely.
So that's the distinction, is like 2 + 2 = 4 is still something, is knowledge that was passed down to us.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. Like, for example, if you had 4, as we know it, 4 batteries sitting on the table, but had we never been taught that, like, anything about numbers and counting it, all we would be able to see are batteries. You see what I'm saying? All we would be able to see, what our joint reality would be, these 4 objects, right?
Okay.
And that's just it. It wouldn't even be a matter of, oh, there's 4 of these objects here. It's just, I noticed these objects are here.
So someone has a question in the chat here that I think is pretty relevant to that.
Okay.
If you have one rock and you add another rock, do you have 2 rocks? Like,
so if you press
that
button, right there.
Oh, okay, cool.
See if you upload it right there,
got it.
Because you're me and you're special.
Yeah, it's a really, like, simple math question.
Yeah.
But it's like, I'm trying to get a sense of if there's ever a point where if numbers, if they become a concrete thing, then are they part of our shared reality? Like, okay, maybe 2 + 2 = 4 is too abstract to be considered, like, outside of perspective. But if we manifest those numbers into real objects, like one cactus, and then if there's another one right here, hypothetically, we'd have 2, right?
Yeah, based on what we've learned there. That's how we identify them. So too. Yeah.
What are these other questions? One second. Should be from 100% reviews entirely. Trusting expertise. Okay. Should you form 100% of your ideas internally? I know that you were saying earlier, like, you were unlearning things and figuring out what they mean to you. Do you think it's a good idea to form 100% of your ideas internally like that? Or is there a benefit to trusting expert testimony on some things that maybe you might not be qualified to make a decision on?
So, man, that's really a broad question. So yeah, especially, yeah, like if it's something that I'm not an expert on, yeah, absolutely. And at that point, yeah, I want somebody's expertise.
Right.
And then based on what, I hear them say, yeah.
Okay. So I think I got a sense of kind of what you view truth as and stuff. If you want, could you say, I know you already said it, but what is the law of attraction to you?
So, well, the law of attraction is, it's almost like, the way I see it is like being your authentic self, like being true to yourself. And then naturally, because you're being true to yourself, finding yourself in certain situations, meeting certain people, like this was a law of attraction, right? Even though it wasn't something that I focused on exactly. Like, I didn't say, hey, I want to go to a park and have an interview.
Right.
Like, but it was just like, being that I'm a person who loves exploring perspectives and I love having conversations that are thought-provoking. I didn't know this situation was going to come, but here it is. But I attracted that because that is who I am. These are the things that I love. Those are the things that I desire. I love communicating, and I love learning about people's perspectives, where their mind's at, and I love thought-provoking questions.
So you think the things that you desire and the things that you want, if you sort of keep them in mind, they'll start to happen more to you?
Absolutely. I
Okay.
mean, because I love it, I naturally like, and that's what I mean. It's like a law of attraction. It naturally comes my way. Like, even if I am the one to initiate it, right? It's coming my way. Like, it's not even more so just focusing. Like I said, I didn't focus on this happening today, and it's here.
Right.
Yet this is something that I love and desire, and it caught my attention when I heard about it.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I want to get more of a sense on how you think it works. Like,
okay,
is it, because I think people have a few different ways on how they think law of attraction works. Like, some people make like a dream board in the beginning of the year, you know, and they want all the things on their dream board to come true throughout the year. Some people think you have to focus on something for it to happen. Some people think that if you have a thought, a positive thought, you don't have to do anything and it'll manifest in reality.
Oh no.
Somehow. So but some people think it has to have an action in order to get there.
I definitely believe that, like, for sure. So in regards to like law of attraction and how it works, my glasses keep fogging up.
That's the worst.
But I know it's so annoying. But how I see it happening is like, so for me personally, I'm led. Like, I'm just led, and I don't know how to exactly describe that, right? So I'm an adventurer, and I just go where I feel is calling me. And I feel like that within itself is me doing the action. It's just like, hey, there are some things that I want. Like, when I set an intention, for those of you who don't know, most of you don't on the line, but I'm from Atlanta, Georgia, and I came out here and I said, you know, I want to explore California. I want to get to know some people. I just want to feel the vibe, and I want to expand my business and do all these things. And so these are my desires. But it took me getting on that plane. It took me booking that flight. It took me, you see what I'm saying? So law of attraction, this is like literally me doing my part, and then the universe, you know, and just saying exactly like, okay, well, here you go. Like, and it just looks like so many different things. Yeah.
Someone has a question in the chat. I think it's a good one.
Okay.
If the law of attraction wasn't working, how would we notice?
If the law of attraction wasn't working, how would we notice?
Yeah.
Well, that's a great question. I love that.
Yeah.
So, oh my God. So yeah, awareness, right? When you think about awareness, a lot of times things are working in our favor, but because we're unaware of it, we don't even know it exists. And so now when we become aware of it, we're like, oh, this is what I was doing. Like, for example, prior to me knowing about law of attraction, it's not like it didn't, you know, it wasn't a thing, but, or perhaps it became a thing when I knew about it. And so because now I know about it, now that's what I'm attracting.
Which one do you think it was? Like,
I think that's what it was. The second one. I think it was me becoming aware of, you know, that there's this thing called a law of attraction, and you could attract the things that you want through your desires and your and then seeing it now. Because like I said, it's the awareness.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's kind of like, you got to be aware of it in order to know that it works.
Yeah.
His question was, if it wasn't working, hypothetically, not saying that's the case, but just like, if it didn't work, what would that look like?
If the law of attraction didn't work, what would it look like?
Yeah.
That's a great question. I guess it would look like just desiring, just wanting for things to transpire in your life, but never seeing it happen.
Never ever seeing it happen.
Like, not, or at least, you know, not seeing it happen.
What if it only happens sometimes?
This is a case and a half of water.
What if it happens?
How much does it have to happen in order for you to say this works? You know what I mean? Like, I'll phrase it more concretely. So like, what if throughout the year of 2020, you had like 10 desires, like you desire to have conversations like these, make more money, have a fulfilling relationship, whatever it might be. But let's say only one of those things happened for you. Would you attribute that to the law of attraction?
I still would, because for one, I believe in timing. I believe a lot of times the things that we want them now, like instant gratifications. And sometimes the levels that we find ourselves in right now, we may not even be ready for the things we want. I found myself going through this actually through my own personal journey numerous of times where I wanted certain things, and it was like when I got it, I wasn't even ready for what it was I wanted. And so it was like, because I wasn't ready for it, I, number one, didn't even realize that I had it. And it was just like, oh, so now it makes me question, like, okay, so is it not happening, or is it sometimes happening, or are we unaware that it's happening? Because a lot of times it's mindset. If you're not aware of the things that are happening around you, you can miss it, and it would be right in your face.
Right.
So
could someone let's say someone knows about the law of attraction from the time that they're like 5, right? But they're only aware, out of the hundreds of desires and wishes that they have, they're only aware of receiving maybe like 2 or 3, right? Throughout their whole life. Would you say that that's an example? That's more of an example of someone being unaware of their blessings than someone who's not receiving them?
Ask the question again.
Okay, it was weird. Let me see. So, like, how do you differentiate between being unaware of your blessings and the wishes being fulfilled by the universe, maybe, and just not getting them? Like, what's the difference? How do you tell?
I think the only difference is mindset. Like I said, there's been numerous times in my life where I received exactly what I wanted, but because I wasn't aware of it, or because it didn't look like what I wanted it to look like, I missed it, right? And then it wasn't until later on.
Could you give an example of that?
Absolutely. Let's say there was a particular type of guy that I wanted to date, right? And so that guy came into my life, but because that guy didn't look like or fit the description in which I wanted, but had those qualities, I couldn't even really see him, right? And then it wasn't until later on, say, in life, and I'm just like, man, this guy was a really great guy, and he displayed all the qualities that I wanted, but why is it that I wasn't able to see it at that time? But it doesn't mean that it never existed or I didn't get it. I was just unaware, but it was there. So my awareness later on down the line has changed. It has heightened to where now, even though he's gone, I'm clearly able to see, like, man, he had the qualities that I was looking for.
So let me rephrase. So you're saying at a certain time you wanted a guy with like X amount of qualities.
Yeah.
And there was this guy who had all that, but you didn't see it?
Because he wasn't because even though there's certain qualities that I'm looking for, we still, like, for example, I say I want a brand new car, right? And so I get a brand new car, but I'm unappreciative of that brand new car because in my mind, how I expected that brand new car to look like is not what it looks like, right? So I got what I was looking for, which was the brand new car. However, it wasn't all the way in detail. It was almost like
okay, once you say that you were looking for a particular kind of car, like, if the car isn't what you envisioned it to look like let's say you wanted a red Lamborghini, a new Lambo, and you got a Prius or something.
Exactly.
What you really wanted in your head was a red Lambo, right? So even when you get the new car, you're not quite getting exactly what you wanted.
Exactly.
So is that an example of law of attraction not working?
That's a great question.
I'm trying to figure out, like, are you supposed to get exactly what you want?
Yeah, I mean, that's an amazing question. That, like, are we supposed to? I believe, it's all a matter of, there's times where you actually go out and get certain things, and then there's times when things come your way. You like, for example, say with the car situation, saying that I do want a brand new car, having it in mind what it is I want, but then having it being given to me versus me going out and get it, right? Because like, if I go out and get it, I'm getting exactly what I want, right? Versus something like, say somebody gifted me, like, because I've had situations like that happen where somebody was just like, hey, I got this car, I'm getting ready to move, I can't take it all the way with me, would you like this car? And it's like, boom, here it is, you got your brand new car. However, it's not what you wanted, but it's still a new car. And because it isn't what I wanted, sometimes, you could take things for granted, but it's just like, yo, you got what you wanted. You kept saying out of your words, but that it's
sort of what you wanted.
It's sort of, but it's and what I will say is, throughout my journey, is that what I learned is to be more in detail, to be more specific, right? And then I love what you said in regards to law of attraction. It isn't just sitting somewhere expecting something to come your way. No, you got to meet it halfway. You got to play your part as well. So
okay, couple more questions for you on that.
Okay.
One. Do you think that coincidence exists? Is there such a thing?
I don't believe in coincidence. I wouldn't even know how to describe it, honestly.
Okay. So you think everything happens for a reason, and there's sort of meaning to everything that some people might call a coincidence, like you wanting a new car, and then somehow someone just gifts you a new car, even though it's not exactly what you wanted. You wouldn't say that's a coincidence. You would say that's the universe giving me what I wanted, right?
I'm not in that way.
Okay.
So the way
I don't
you're
want to put words in your mouth.
absolutely. Your questions are are very much so, like, that's why it's like a lot of times I find myself just thinking, because I'm just like, is that what I'm saying? That's not what I said. So now having to find a way to say what I'm saying.
My bad.
It's all good. It's all good. That's why I'm just like, wait a minute, this is not what I'm saying. But
Okay.
I kind of just don't even know
how to answer that one.
Yeah,
Okay. So just a couple more on that law of attraction working. How confident are you? Like scale of 0 to 100. It works.
I'm pretty confident in it. Now that I'm learning a little bit more in depth what it is versus just like, repeating positive affirmations and visualization and things like that. But it's also, now that I'm realizing, it's also, what are you doing? Well, your actions, your intentions, all of these things play a role in getting what it is you want in life.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I know it's pedantic, but like, could you give a percentage on how confident you are that it works? Like 0 to 100.
I would say, I guess I'll give it like a 90%. Like, not only reason why I say that is because the timing.
Usually, like you don't always get what you want when you want it.
When you want it, right? And sometimes there's things that I want, and then time goes by, and I forget that I even want those things, but then I get it, and it's just like so. It makes me want to boost it up to 100%, really, because when I think about it, it's just like, there's nothing that I've ever desired that I haven't gotten. I just never get it exactly when I want it. Or in the way that I want it. But I always get what I'm asking for.
Always get what you want.
I always get what I want.
Do you think everybody always gets what they want?
Absolutely. I really do. Even if they're not even aware that they want it. Like, if that makes sense. Like, just tapping into the subconscious mind. It's kind of like, like I said, because I'm aware that there's a lot of things and thoughts and beliefs that we're giving onto us. And then there's this part of us, like the core of who we are, that wants something completely different. And so that's what I mean. So a lot of times, when people want certain things, I ask them, do you want that because that's what you were told to want? Or is that who you really are? Right. And so throughout my journey, I found that there were things that I thought I wanted. And then when I got it, I realized, like, okay, this isn't necessarily what I want, and then there were times where I'm like, this isn't what I want, but this is what I need. And, or I didn't realize I wanted this. You see what I'm saying? And it came my way. And I was just like, wow. Like, so I would say it 100% works. It just doesn't work in the context people expect it to.
Right.
We let go of the expectations. We can see some miraculous things happen in our lives.
Okay. It's about perspective.
Absolutely.
So got another question from chat.
Okay.
Does the universe realize we're in it?
Hey, that's a beautiful question. We are the universe. So
we are the universe. So I guess we
are the universe. And so we're awareness. Yeah. The universe is awareness. We are universe, internally, externally, like all of this. We are one, everything. So I'm pretty sure it's very much so aware, if I'm aware of it.
A couple more chat questions. If someone wanted to fly unaided, like without a plane or without, the sky, a suit or a jetpack or something, will they be able to if they wish for it hard enough?
If somebody, no, just like I said, that just goes back to what we've been talking about. Can't. Law of attraction is not wishing.
Right. Okay.
We're not wishing and praying this thing is a Lambo is gonna drop into our laps.
Yeah.
No, it doesn't work like that. You got to put in work as well. You got to
Could someone
contribute.
put in enough work to be
Oh,
like
to fly.
yeah, without any wings or anything and fly?
Well, it's never been done before, as far as I know, without any wings or anything like that. Now, say somebody jumps off a cliff, right?
Yeah.
And they flap their wings, and to them, in their mind, they're flying. Well, we see they're falling.
Right.
If they say they're flying. You flew off that cliff into the ground, and so what you did. But that's what I'm saying. Like it's. But I get what this question is going. It's like, yeah, will you see me flapping my wings and soaring through the sky, and like, because I believe I can do it. Like, well, personally, that's not a belief of mine, so I can't answer that. But I know people who have flew and believe they flown.
I know there are people who have taken drugs and jumped off of cliffs, like real stories of people who did this and thought, I'm going to fly right now.
Yeah. Yeah. And probably thought they were flying. Yeah, exactly. They probably flew to their death in their mind. So who am I to say that you didn't fly?
So it matters what happens in their mind.
Period.
Not in the shared reality, like the reality we have where there's a cactus right there.
Absolutely. Because like I believe belief is everything. You see what I'm saying? In regard, like what somebody believes, it's just theirs, whether we see it another way or not. Like, and that's why I can't argue with it. Like, for example, you have people who believe in crystals, and they say, these crystals have powers, and I've seen them work these powers. But guess what? It's because it's in their mind and they believe it, so it's working for them. Now I can turn around and get a crystal and be like, this don't work.
Right.
So how is this true? But it doesn't make it not true, because it's clearly working for them. You see what I'm saying? Like, oh, I bought this crystal, and this crystal is for attracting love. And then a month later, I met the love of my life. They believe it was that crystal. Now, who am I to tell them that it wasn't? That's none of my business.
Right. It's none of your business, but like, could it be false?
It's not my place to say. Like,
so
it's
you
not.
Won't say even in a hypothetical, like a hypothetical situation where someone has a crystal and they think that it helped them get married and get them financial success or whatever. Like, you think that as long as they believe it works, it's true
for them. Absolutely, for them. Like I said, it's not me saying it's true for me. Like I said.
Okay, so what I have one.
Yeah.
So let's say someone has a crystal that they claim can light up a dark room or something like that. Let's say that you and this person are in a dark room, and they have the crystal and they say that. Here's two different scenarios. One, they say it and nothing happens. The other one, they say it and the crystal really does. It shines bright. It lights up the whole room. Is one any more true than the other? Like this situation where someone said it and nothing happens. Are they just as right as the situation where someone said it and it did happen?
Well, I guess it really just depends on the two people and if they're sharing the same reality, right? And why do I say that? Because in the first situation, say it didn't happen, right? But to that person, it's like, you don't see its light in here? You don't see the light? And I'm just like, what are you talking about? I can't see anything. And they're just like, you don't see it.
Right.
So in that situation, like I said, now, because of their belief, I understand what belief can do to the human mind. What you feed your mind, you will literally see it. Right. And so if I don't believe it can do it, then no, right? But if I find myself in a situation where it is happening and that crystal is bringing in light in that room, then I have a shared belief with that person now. And so therefore now it becomes truth to the both of us because I see what it is they're seeing.
Okay. I thank you for your time.
Absolutely.
One last question.
Okay.
From your 100% that this works, is there anything that you could learn that would cut that down to like 50% or 20%? Like anything you could learn or find out, maybe something you could experience?
That would have me believing that law of attraction doesn't work 100%, that it only works 50%? No.
Or even just 90%.
Okay. No, because like I said, it goes back to us feeling like it needs to happen at a certain time. I don't know personally, I haven't lived forever to be able to say this, but I don't know that there's somebody who has desired something in their life and just never got it. Like it just never got it. It's like I said.
But if you met that person,
if I met that person,
your mind?
No, because especially if they haven't lived their full life, how do you know tomorrow it ain't gonna happen?
But I'm saying, like, if someone never got what they wanted and they died at age 20.
But then how would I know? How would I talk to them if they've died?
Oh, that's true.
I love it.
What if you have that conversation on their deathbed?
What if I had that conversation on their deathbed? You good. I like you. Okay. What if they had that conversation on the deathbed, right? So give me an example. Let's do this together, right? Yes, let's act this out. You're on your deathbed and something you desired never happened in your life. So what is your desire?
I wanted like $1 million.
You wanted $1 million, right? And how old are you?
26.
You're 26, right? And when did you start working?
When I was 17.
Okay, right? Let me tell you and you wanted $1 million, right?
Yeah.
Chances are you got $1 million throughout your period from working from 17 to 26. Right? You got $1 million, however, right? Because when you think about it, $5 adds up. $1 adds up. Right. A penny adds up. So we're all millionaires. We've all had access and have touched $1 million. Now, have we held on to it enough to see it in a bunch, or did we invest it?
I'm counting my my tax forms in my head right now, and I think I'm at like, I don't know, like maybe close to 300,000 or something.
Okay.
Like, but that's all money I've spent. You know,
yeah.
Like,
okay.
From my working time.
Okay.
So let's say you could somehow objectively count how much money I made throughout my whole life.
Okay.
And you could see it didn't add up to $1 million.
Okay.
I tell you, I really wanted $1 million, and then I died.
Okay. So say you said $300,000, right? And you really wanted that $1 million, right? What if I told you from $300,000 you had that $1 million? You just didn't know how to turn 300,000 into $1 million. So you had it, but you didn't know how to take 300,000.
Potentially.
You had it potentially. However, no, it's like technically you had it, but because of lack of knowledge, you see what I'm saying? Because of lack of knowledge, you didn't know that you could have took $300,000 and turned into $1 million, because $300,000 is $1 million, especially when you invested in the right places.
Right. But it's 300,000 is not $1 million unless you work on it, right?
Well, then there goes back to what we were talking about in the beginning. You can't keep saying that you want something and then you didn't put in the work. So if you on your deathbed and you didn't get $1 million, and then you're telling me you never invested a percentage of that, there you go. There's your reason why you didn't get your $1 million.
Okay.
Now, whether it's because you were just unaware or you just didn't put in that work, but you didn't do your part. So the universe provided, but you didn't do your part. You can't just ask for $1 million and then you get 300,000 and not flip it into $1 million. So that's where I'm at. That's how I feel, and that's what I'm saying. It's all a matter of perspective and how we look at it. At times we think we don't have things, and it's just like, no, maybe you had it. You just didn't realize what you had, or you weren't aware of how you could take what you have to turn it into what you need or what you want, right? And so that's what I have.
All right, Marjorie. Hey, thank you. Thanks for sitting
Amazing
down.
questions.
Yeah. Amazing answers. Thank you.
I appreciate that. And so before I get off of here, my name is Marjorie Fleury. Based in Atlanta, Georgia. I'm a growth coach, and so I focus on expanding people's minds, which is something that I love. And you can find me on Instagram at Marjorie Fleury 888. So that's MarjorieFleury 888. So that's my Instagram. And I hope to meet some of you guys that are on the live, but phenomenal questions to those who asked. And this was amazing. You're amazing. Those were phenomenal questions. I could have a conversation with you all day.
Yeah.
But peace and love.
All right.
I'm
not supposed to do this.
Good
convo.
Go.
We got you coming up next or what? Okay.
All right. Yeah, you go for it. Go for it. Yeah, that was fun. That was really fun.
Okay.
That was
I'll sit. So this is the
from Peter Boghossian. Oh, and this is from Anthony.
Okay.
I suppose in a small way this is from me because I'm handing it to you.
Oh wow, from both of you. Thank you.
There's your own, and it's signed by
Awesome.
Peter. And the other thing was, this is from Anthony. Please.
Oh, I get to pick one?
You get to pick your own shirt.
Sweet.
You paid for the other one, so that doesn't count at all.
Is there a jacket in here?
There's a jacket down in there, but I don't think that's one of those.
Oh, it's not a Street Epistemology
It
jacket?
doesn't have anything on it, so I don't know why that jacket's in there. So I'm
Is this just one of Anthony's jackets? I'm taking this for sure. For sure I'm taking this.
I'm inclined to not have you take that
Oh,
unless you're willing to hand it back to him
if he wants
bring
it.
it on Friday and say, hey, is this yours?
Yeah, I'll ask him on the.
I'm right.
Yeah.
I'll ask him on the thing. Sweet.
Yeah. Yeah. So you oh, you don't know how bad we needed this. Like, we needed that. Like, you don't understand. This is phenomenal. I'm grateful for you guys' existence because you're right. It's being able to yeah. So this is the newest book. Us to have it possible.
Yeah.
I love this.
That's the one written in 2019.
Okay.
And right now, so far, that's my favorite book on the subject. But I already know about a book that's due out in about a year and a half.
Okay.
That's probably better.
Okay.
And will be written by the guy who just left.
Okay.
I'm actually on a project working with him on an even better.
Street Epistemology is the whole organization. Okay, this is phenomenal. You know, it kind of brings me to the attention of nonviolent communication.
Yeah. Oh yeah, a lot of NBC.
I mean, has changed
Half the
my
people
life.
at SE have NBC experience. It's just like it overlaps so much.
Yeah, communication without.
We don't use the term jackal, but we understand what it means.
Yeah, yeah.
That's
No,
not
but
one of our
that's
jargon.
beautiful. How are we ever gonna really live in peace if we can't learn to disagree? You see what I'm saying? Like if we can't learn to communicate in a way that isn't violent, that's not, you know, trying to impose or throw your own beliefs.
Hello.
That's phenomenal. Shout out to you guys.
Thank you.
Hey Queen, I wanted to say something
you hear me?
before I logged off.
Okay.
We don't have anything to say. No, this is actually his. That was a gift.
I think
that
you can hear
Anthony
me
left
just
for
without
him.
delay.
Okay.
Can you just confirm?
And you'll note that one's actually signed by the author.
I can hear you. What'd you say?
Yeah.
Okay.
I really hope I don't.
You
get it.
have.
Can you hear me after?
Yes.
I
Just
would
let
be
me
willing
think
to
for a
get
bit.
5 times
30 minutes.
before
You have
he gets
2 hours and a half left before
And so it
my
would be a lot
internet
less dangerous
cuts.
to me
So
than
either
her.
we can take a short
And it would
break
probably be a lot
now.
more dangerous to me than you.
You said
Or-
2.5 hours?
Yeah. Will you stay? Can you ask Dali if you'll stay more than 2.5 hours?
Yeah, I'll ask him. FK's asking how much longer you want to stay, Dolly. He says 2.5 hours till his internet crashes or something.
Right, his internet resets. So let's ask the room and
Ask
see
how
if
much
people-
longer they want.
yeah, just say, you know, if would people like us to try to flag down another half hour or an hour, or are we just satisfied for the day and we'll pick it up on Friday? We're going to pick it up on Friday at noon here. Either way.
I can reset the internet now, and you can stay as long as you want. Just let me do that before the next guest.
We've had so many Elenkas. This is like a Rose Bowl and a half.
Yeah, definitely.
So we're even though we've only been running for a little over 3 hours.
How many have you had?
Yeah.
Back to back. Let's see. I think I've had 3. Anthony had 2. You had 1.
Yeah, 6.
So probably like 6.
Yeah, that's good.
Probably.
For 3
We'll
hours.
check later.
Yeah. No one's really saying anything.
Are these shirts available?
Yeah, I can't sell any of these, but
Oh, okay.
they
Okay,
they
Queen.
are
I will
available
just reset
online.
now, and I will be back with
Oh,
you
people-
in
People want.
5-ish minutes.
Yeah, how do we get one? Well, Anthony gifted him one.
Oh, amazing.
FK, what was that?
Yeah, Anthony
I will
said,
reset
"Hey,
now, and I will be back in 5 minutes. You will lose everything for like 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's the
I wish I knew how to
big
turn
in
you
this
up.
whole arrangement.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Okay.
This guy started 3 months ago.
Yeah, I started in July.
I don't know when he started.
I mean, I actually started in January with Reed right over there behind.
I'll get Dolly on.
Wearing masks, but the degree to which everyone cuts down by wearing a mask is so
Okay, so if the video goes to rainbow puke,
they're not reaching there.
when that happens, just make the video invisible again by using the remote, which is to say, I should switch between. Okay, that's not right. So I should switch. Gotcha. I think you gave me that message a while back, and I hadn't
I
seen it yet.
respect that in terms of how you live your life, but because you're living it in a communal environment
Hey,
with other
Dolly.
people where science reigns supreme on
So somebody is bringing direct messaging. You can sort of hear it through the other.
protocol when you're around other people.
Yeah.
Can Dolly hear me, and can Discord audience hear
Yes,
Dolly?
I hear you. I hear FK.
Cool, fantastic. The internet issue is
Apparently
fixed.
they do too.
I am connected directly without the router, so you won't have a reboot. I guess you read the Rainbow Puke issue. That happens sometimes. You just, disable and enable the videos. Can you do that with the guest video now, just as a test?
With just the guest video, well, I could go to wide only and then switch to the wide plus face-to-face.
Yeah, that
my
resets everything.
Screens have been fully locked up for quite a while, so I have to work entirely off of your. Yes, a random person has come up to interrupt gently and failed to shoot their messengers. They didn't know about shooting messengers, so that's important. Yes, random person walked up to have something to say.
Dolly, can you reset just the guest video?
I cut. Sorry, reset which?
The guest video.
I can reset it through OBS, or I can walk over there and shut it down and redo it.
No, through OBS. Through OBS.
Through OBS. So to do that, I suppose I will go to some other scene, which might be, I'm just going to pop to title. And then I will go back to a wide plus face-to-face, which should bring up all three cameras.
Right. I was asking if you can reset just the guest.
Masks.
So you just have to click on the guest round so that you don't have to reset everything.
Thank you, Quinn. Yeah. And I'm sorry, FK, I missed part of what you just said. So I don't have to reset everything. I do which one?
Guest round or host round.
So I think you're saying that
are the ones.
Okay, so I turn off guest round and turn on guest round. Did that work?
Yes.
Obviously, there's a delay. Excellent. Those poor headphone wires? Oh, hardly. They're not much under any kind of strain or anything.
All right. I need to find a bath one. I'll be back.
Good luck. I don't know where one is. Okay, Quinn's gonna go pee in Ralph's. Somebody missed each other? Who missed each other?
Quinn and Anthony?
No, Quinn and Anthony got to hang out for an hour. Yeah, they did not miss each other at all. I was conversing during most of that time, but they definitely got a little bit of talk time. And Quinn will be back here on Friday, as will Anthony, and they'll have more FaceTime.
Okay, it's quite past my bedtime. I just wanted to reset the internet because I forgot to do that beforehand. Wish you guys good luck. I think
Okay.
this location is great. People said they have great
Yes.
feedback about the current setup we have with the cameras. Someone suggested that maybe we should level the wide shot a little bit, but it looks very clean either way. I will leave you to it. If you want to
Good.
support the producer here, which is me, I have created a Patreon. If you think I deserve a beer, feel free to check that out. With that, I will see you.
Am I correct that we've been streaming for 5 hours and 24 minutes?
No,
That
we've
does
been
not make
streaming
sense.
for 3 hours and 11 minutes.
Okay, my streaming, is showing 5 minutes, 34 seconds. Okay, so for some reason, my streaming timer here is way off. I'm looking at the timer on the recording of the mixer, and I'm at 3 hours and 19 minutes. So that's totally inbounds. All right. Level the wide shot, or at least make it so the SEer is not above the IL. Oh, is this reversed? Is there a left-right reverse on the wide shot? Anyway, good night, FK. Whatever it is, we're going to live with it today. That'll be fine.
Yeah, Luke Vance is asking to get unmuted. Remember that you can mute and unmute anyone, just like usual.
Sure, sure. And Luke Vance I can trust. Totally. Luke Vance has good discipline. Go ahead, Luke Vance. If you want to speak to it, you can talk. No problem. At angle where you're above them, you have the high ground visually. I'm at an angle when I move up. Okay. Yeah, every time we come out here, we add 2 or 3 variables to our setup, and FK has been valiant at trying to keep up with all of it and doing a really good job, and it is so not easy. We put him through hell.
He was here when I walked off to answer a call.
Quinn?
Yeah, that was what I said. Where did he go?
P at Ralph's.
Okay, yeah, closest
Yeah.
bathroom.
Yeah.
I found that out.
I think he'll be intelligent enough not to do that in the veggies department. But you know, when you walk into the veggies department and that sprayer comes on, there is such an urge.
Wow.
Yeah, Redell, sure, you can ask your earlier question. Of course you can. There's nobody here there's just me and Kimberly in the moment, but and I mean, there's some people standing around talking.
So you're not alone anymore. You have a feedback from.
Go ahead.
From the voice chat.
I'm going to turn the mics down a little bit so I can hear you really well.
My microphone isn't high enough. Maybe my volume is low.
You sound good to me, Luke Hans.
Okay, good.
If you can be louder, that's fine, but I have enough control to hear you well enough. I'm just in an environment where there's more noise. These microphones are so good at canceling out the noise that you can't hear how noisy it is here. Oh, I'm muted. Okay, so let's see. Unmute.
We done?
Yes, go ahead. I will unmute Riddell. There you go. Yes, go ahead.
Nice. So if I have a phone call, you won't be alone in the microphone, or if you want to interact with the Discord.
Yes, indeed. Hello, puppy. Oh, it's a pretty puppy. I call that puppy crushed velvet.
Are you waiting on your next?
Sure. Are you ready? What?
He was just deciding his claim.
Okay, that's fine. I'm gonna type in host. Let's assume that not. Let's assume not, even if we think so.
the alcohol smell.
Yeah. What's that? You're what before we start?
Claim.
Oh, no, we can work that out as we talk.
No problem.
So what's your name? Just first name.
Jeric.
Okay. Very good. Okay.
You guys been giving out.
Yes, certain convos. I will be doing a class on the setup, or well, I mean, not so much a class, not like I'm trying to teach my setup, other than yes, I'm happy to. I'm going to give a tour of my studio bag and all the setup. Okay. Hi, Jarek.
Hey.
Are you familiar with street epistemology? Is this like your first exposure to it?
Yes, sir. This
Yep.
is my first exposure to it.
Cool. So what we do is ask you about a belief, something that affects your behavior. Could be trivial if you want, but something that matters to you at all. And then we just go down the road of like how reasons you believe it, what authorities you accept, what kind of data would move your confidence, that kind of thing.
Okay.
So tell me a claim. Do you have a claim?
Yes, I do. Oh, so basically, I'm a vegetarian.
Okay.
Vegetarianism and the importance of eating healthy.
My husband's a vegetarian.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. My wife will tell you that. That's a distraction. Anyway. Okay, so tell me about the importance of vegetarian.
Well, being a vegetarian, was my choice because, I love animals. And when I was in school, one day we watched this video about animal cruelty and how they, just slaughter them and drain them and everything. And so basically since December the 23rd, 2013 is how long I've been a vegetarian. And since then, I lost a lot of weight. And then I gained some back because I wasn't eating healthy. That's where the healthy part come in.
Yeah, because beer and French fries are vegan, right?
Yeah, they are.
Yeah, so you can be unhealthy vegan.
There you go.
So
you just have to feed your body. At the end of the day, what you digest is what fuels your body.
Okay, so what you digest fuels your body. Is a person a better person for being vegetarian? Is there a moral component to this?
No, it's a choice, but what you eat from the earth, like as far as plants, can be more healthier because if you eat like a big steak, it may take longer to digest. And you say, okay, let's go out to eat for dinner. We're gonna have steak, asparagus, potatoes, and then salmon. Once you digest that, you might feel heavy, and it takes a while for it to digest in your stomach and everything.
Somebody in the room asks, should everyone be vegetarian?
I mean, it would be great, but it's a choice, of how you eat. I chose to eat it because, I chose to be a vegetarian because I love animals and, I just wanted to eat more from the earth. But if you eat chicken and everything, that's not bad. It's your choice. But if you eat more healthier, that may, determine your health problems and everything like that.
Somebody else asks, vegetarian or vegan?
So I'm a vegetarian, so I eat eggs and cheese, but the eggs and cheese I eat is basically cage free. Meaning, the chickens roam free.
Right.
So I'm starting to be a vegan, eating no dairy, no cheese and everything like that, eating more like from the earth, like as far as nuts, trees, and just plain raw vegetables and fruit.
We brought some cheese and we brought some nuts. We were welcome to share. We are happy to share with you. Somebody else asks, is everything from the earth good to eat?
It can and it cannot be. It's just, certain things from the earth you can and you can't eat because, you can't just go around and say, hey, I'm gonna eat this grass. You have to find out what your body needs and what you need to digest to fuel you. So basically, like I'm on a meal plan and everything like that. What I'm eating is helping me lose weight and it's helping me fuel my body. So,
you just have to find out what your body needs and what your body needs to go off of.
So I'm hearing two different sets of reasons. One is about health and what's best for the individual, the body, your digestion, your metabolic rate. And the other one is, like you were saying, cage free and that kind of thing. Which, do you think that eggs from a cage free hen are different in any way from eggs from not a cage free hen? Do you think the eggs themselves are different? One would be more healthy, or is there like a karmic
I'll
thing
get
to
your
it?
question. So I say cage-free eggs because being caged, the chicken would be entrapped and not being able to roam free and still live their life. So I choose cage-free eggs. So the animal is still free and out in the open, still living their life instead of being entrapped.
Yeah.
That's why I do cage-free eggs.
Yeah, I hear you. People who are used to my channel often find I have pet chickens.
Oh, really?
I have little bantam pet chickens. They're so cute, and they will interrupt my shows sometimes when I'm there, and I can't stand to put them in a cage. It feels so bad.
Oh, so
they get the run of the cabin.
I get what you're saying. So
Yeah.
to pick back off of that, cage free meaning not a cage, but I'm not sure they can see behind you.
The boat, things like that. And mostly I've got them trained to not leave the boat. I don't actually have to close the doors, things like that. Yeah, yeah. Oh, audio, and it's back. Okay, good. There was a audio, but we're back.
Okay.
Good. The people in the live show text are telling me things, so that's a good thing. All right, so I'm hearing the two reasons. And would you say that the reason to go vegetarian is primarily a health thing, but the reason to maybe go from vegetarian to vegan might be a kindness to animals question? Or do you think the vegan thing a health question?
So it's health because I did vegetarianism, being a vegetarian to be healthy. So if I be a vegan, I'll be healthier instead of eating, processed foods. Like for example, French fries. That's vegan, but like raw certain vegetables that's not fried and fried in grease with all these chemicals. Eating like raw vegetables, just salads, nuts, and everything. More healthier like that.
Okay. So and you were saying that it's quite possible to be unhealthy doing vegetarian. So that's not like a panacea. That's not like, oh, if I'm vegetarian, I'm going to be fine. It's more like there's a good vegetarian diet. It's good and healthy there. Is there a good, healthy, and equally healthy non-vegetarian diet?
Well, it depends on what you're eating because I can have carbs some days. If you overeat a certain thing, it's going to be higher levels of that in your blood and your body. And then, that can cause weight gain, weight loss. If you eat, let's say flour, wheat flour and, an egg replacement. And you eat a lot of that daily, all of that bread, you're going to gain weight.
Yeah.
But you're still a vegan, so it's unhealthy. Now, if you eat, let's say, a small piece of it daily with some fruits, vegetables, and something with lots of fiber and protein, that can cause your body, just to have a steady flow of what it needs, fuel.
Okay. So somebody asks if it could be proven to your satisfaction that plants feel more pain than animals. Oh, okay. This is from out of left field. If we're imagining that plants could feel pain, would that change your mind? Would that shift you one way or the other?
Good question, but I don't necessarily believe that they can because you planting a seed and letting it grow in the soil, it doesn't have a brain and all of that, the body part that it would need to feel pain. So
if I was considering that plants could feel pain, I might still have to eat the plants, because if I'm eating an animal, isn't that 3 to 10 times more plants that had to get eaten in order for me to eat the animal? Because there's a concentration that's required.
Oh, I see.
There's losses. So I'm actually thinking that even if plants could feel pain, I think that still would lead me to vegetarian if I thought that was the case. Whether or not animals could, because anyway, that's okay. Oh no, not a dumb question at all. Somebody says. No, it's a good question. Perfectly good question. So what convinced you that vegetarian initially was a better choice?
So in school, it was like social studies. We watched this Netflix documentary.
Okay.
And they had how this lady, her son ate like this chicken nugget or something from McDonald's. And he actually passed away because it had some type of germ from an animal. That's one reason. And the second reason is go ahead.
No, I was just agreeing. I was just understanding. So he got contaminated chicken nugget.
Yeah, he passed away from that. And the other reason is, I go to farms, and the farm I went to, it was nice, but I've seen some videos where, they have the cows all bunched up, holes in the stomach. You have all of these maggots and very unhealthy all over the place. And that's what they're slaughtering these animals, so-called washing them, and then you taking it home, cooking it for your family.
Yeah.
Then you might get sick. You might not get sick today, but down the line, if you keep doing that, it's gonna, be in your bloodstream and your genetics, and your body isn't gonna be as good as it needs to be.
Okay. All right. So I think I'm hearing from your time frame that you were convinced in December
2013.
December of 13. And has your confidence in the idea that vegetarianism is a good idea risen over that time?
It's risen, significantly over the last few months, because recently I was just in Kiowa Island in Charleston, South Carolina. That's a private island.
Okay.
And one of our teammates, she cooked, nothing but vegan food. And, we kept hearing everybody, oh, I feel amazing. Everybody just feeling so amazing after they ate, because it just was vegan food, and that's what's convincing me, by 2021, gravitate more towards being a vegan versus, vegetarian, eating, all these processed foods with eggs and cheese, because I'm starting to learn more and more about it as I go down this journey. Eggs are okay, but to eat too many, you can have high cholesterol and all of this bad stuff and mucus and all that.
Okay. So it seems like your initial thing was a documentary in school.
It still is.
And yeah, that's where your initial confidence came from. And then it got risen by your own personal experience. And then maybe further education about the effects of things like eggs and that sort of thing. Okay. What is your confidence? If I were to say, no, I eat nothing but meat, and I think that's the best for everybody, versus, wow, I think vegetarianism is just the best possible thing for all people, kind of thing. Where would you find yourself on that scale?
I would say 100, because I won't do something that I don't 100% believe in. What's best for me.
What if you had just the tiniest sliver? Would you not, if you had just a tiny sliver of doubt, would that keep you from choosing a vegetarian diet if you were almost all the way sure, but not perfectly sure?
Well, I would still be 100%, because I don't let doubt enter my mind. I just keep it positive and staying focused on like my health and what I need to accomplish by being a vegetarian.
So a couple of months ago, I interviewed a fellow who's a meatitarian, if you will. He's a carnivore. Travis Statham. You can look it up if you want.
Okay.
And I'm telling them because it's an interview that's on this channel.
Okay.
And his point was that well, he had a lot. He had a lot to say that, and for him, he was very confident also in his thing. Should he doubt his confidence?
No, I mean, if you believe in something, go for it. But it depends on you and like, what are you trying to accomplish by being a carnivore?
Uh-huh.
What are you trying to accomplish by being a pescatarian, vegan, and all of the
Right,
above?
right.
It just depends on what you're trying to do. You can eat meat and be healthy, but my case was because of the animals and all of that.
Okay.
He probably sees that as differently.
I don't know what he sees in terms of animal welfare in the question. That was not part of our interview, so I don't know his position on that question. Okay, so you don't let doubt in. Is that the case in most of your life?
Yes, because you never should second guess yourself, because if you have a set goal or whatever it is you want to accomplish, stay focused on that, and
Okay.
and you'll get to where it is you need to be.
See that Tic Tacs in front of you?
Yes.
Okay, so there's a box of candies in front of you. You can show the people if you want. Would you agree it's true that there is either an odd or an even number of candies in the box?
Well, it depends.
I'm not asking you to count it.
Oh.
It's like, could it be any other way other than there's an odd number or there's an even number?
So you're asking me to pick?
No, I'm asking you to. So imagine that Kimberly says, and notably, we haven't opened the box, we have not counted. That Kimberly says, it's even, and I say, oh no, you're wrong. It's odd. Are one of us wrong?
I mean, it's always a wrong and a right way. It's just what it is that you have learned about odd and even. Just by going. Can you repeat the question again?
Sure. Would you, if Kimberly says there's an odd number, and if I get the backwards, it doesn't matter. She says it's an odd number. I say, no, you're wrong. It's even. Now, neither of us have counted. Are one of us wrong?
Well, technically, yes. And I say that because, it depends. Well, once you count it, you would know. But if you're guessing, that's a 50% chance. So.
Okay. So my honest position is I can't know. Right?
Yeah.
And I think that's what you're saying.
Yeah.
Is that I'm wrong for asserting that I know. And I'm also I'm a 50-50 chance of being right or not.
So you're not wrong. Well, you're not wrong because you're guessing. You would be wrong after, it's counted and that the last result of it.
Mm-hmm. Someone in the chat asks, is there ever a situation where you should second guess yourself?
That's a good question. So, not to get spiritually or anything like that, but if you're ever going somewhere and you get this, it's not even spiritually. You ever going somewhere doing something, you're like, oh, I shouldn't do that. You just get this feeling in your gut.
Okay.
You should trust it because that can stop you from happening. Like a long time ago in like middle school, had a few friends and like a cousin who wanted to go like to a trip somewhere. I don't remember all the details, but now I was like, no, I don't want to go. And come to find out, they got into a bad accident, but they still lived. But I just had a gut feeling of not to go, and I trusted myself and my intuition.
Okay. There's a question. Did you second guess yourself when you let your opinion change after watching the film in 2013? Because before that, before December of 2013, I assume you were macking down hamburgers and enjoying that. And you changed your mind.
Yes.
Did you second guess yourself in that? And was that a good second guessing?
Well, I would say I second guessed myself because I wasn't educated about what was going on with these animals and, the importance of eating healthy. A lot of people just come from, you eat food, you go to bed and all this stuff. They don't really know the portions of what you need, what it takes to have a healthy digestive system.
Okay, so you became better informed And that's not like second guessing. That's just learning new things.
Yeah.
Okay. So imagine you've got a teacher,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm going to pretend this is a really good teacher,
Mm-hmm.
and they told you a lot of things that you learned, and it was really good. And then they don't come back to the school in the next year, and you find out that during the summer they got actually fired from being a teacher because they lied on a bunch of things. Maybe they faked research or whatever, and they have been discredited. And then should you second guess the things they taught you?
I would say yes, because whenever somebody tells you something, you know, when I used to go to school before I graduated in 2017, I always, did my work in school, go home, look it up, just to get a better understanding of what it is that I'm doing. So, it's always good to do your own research and educate yourself a little bit more, because you might not understand it, and you might understand it, you might just want a little bit more information about what it is you were taught. Excuse me.
Okay. So you'd want to second guess that teacher. So
Yeah,
it seems okay to second guess other people.
I mean, if you just say, they would just discredit it, and you're like, well, I thought this, so you just want to be sure.
Yeah. Okay, so it seems like under some circumstances you could have indication that somebody else was wrong, and then it's a good thing to second guess themselves.
If it's proven,
Well, in this case, we don't know whether what they taught you was wrong or not, but there was some proven stuff that would lead you to think, okay, so you could have doubt, but you don't know whether that doubt is well placed or not. It might be they were the math teacher and they taught you the perfect math, and what they were cheating on was social or whatever. So in that case, is there a place where you should second guess yourself because you found out something? Maybe it was this teacher taught you some wrong things, and then if you found those things were wrong, should you second guess the beliefs that you derived from that?
Well, yes, if you found out those were wrong, it's always a right way of doing something and the wrong way of doing something.
So somebody asks, could someone be convinced that they know something and yet still be mistaken?
Could someone be convinced? Well, can you repeat the question again?
Sure. Could someone be convinced that they know something and be wrong about that, be mistaken about the thing they know?
Well, it depends on, where they got the information from, If like, for example, you see these trees are green, in school, we learned that they were green, but you're saying they're blue or whatever. It's just, what you learned and what you grew up on, everything is different. So, it's basically your education about what it is.
Okay. All right. Somebody asks, are you a vegetarian because it's good to trust your gut? I think the answer is yes.
That's a good question. Yeah. And also to go off that, if you use, your body tells you a lot, from the color of your mucuses when you use the bathroom, the color of, that and all of that. So after you eat, let's say you eat something spicy, something spicy, you drinking milk.
Oh, yellow curry, baby.
You eating all that stuff, right? And then I gotta go to the bathroom, right? And then you blow the bathroom up because of the smells and all that.
Oh yeah.
That goes back to being what you eat, that tells you just ate something bad. Well, the mix was bad and that's why it smells so bad. It all depends on what you eat. Your body gives you signs of everything. Like,
oh yeah.
Yeah.
If I get the yellow curry at the Thai place and my eyelids don't sweat, it ain't hot enough. and if I can't remember it in that special way the next morning, it wasn't hot enough. Okay. Let's see. Hypothetically, what could you learn that would increase your confidence? You're saying you're at 100%, so maybe increase your confidence doesn't make any sense. But let me ask the question, and I'll give you an option. What could you learn that would increase your confidence that a vegetarian was a good choice? And since you're already at 100%, maybe the question should be, what better evidence would you like to have to convince her that she should become a vegetarian?
Well, it depends on, let's say her health and what it is she needs. Maybe, let's say, for example, she has, diabetes or something. And, with I'm not a diabetic, but I have family who are.
Yeah.
If you eat a lot of fried chicken, all of that good soul food, McDonald's, fried food.
Yeah.
And it's meat, that's bad for your body. But now, on the other hand,
I usually choose the baked chicken,
Oh,
but I
really?
love fried chicken. Yes.
Okay.
Now you can tell I'm not a vegetarian.
But yeah,
It's probably not going to surprise you.
and you just have to eat healthy, and so the evidence she would basically, what her body needs, and if she eats healthy, that can boost her immune system, and help kind of heal the medical whatever she has, for example.
Yeah.
Help her be better with that, and give her more energy. Like I just said, when we was at Kiowa Island, eating all that vegan stuff, boosted everyone's energy.
Okay. So it would be the experience of eating the food and having the results you expect to have. So, all right. So the hypothetical in the other direction, because that's the one you were probably expecting. What could reduce your confidence that vegetarianism was a good idea?
What can reduce my confidence that it was?
Yeah. What could you learn tomorrow? This doesn't have to be a thing that's true, but the kind of information that would shift your confidence down, even just a little notch.
Let's see. It's not really decreasing it, but here's an example. I know, if you don't read the label, you won't know. I know red dye number 40 is some type of. It's
carcinogenic.
It's some type of, I don't know, comes from a bug or something. And a lot of people don't eat that. If you don't educate yourself on what it is, you can kind of find yourself being down. That's why before I eat or drink water, I kind of, find out, hey, what is this I'm eating? What goes in my body is going to affect everywhere. So I'm not sure if that answers your question.
I'm not sure if red dye number 40 addresses the question, because I'm not even
I'll
sure
use
if that's
an
vegan
example.
or not. Okay, so if you found something that was in the vegetarian diet normally that was bad for you, but we already know a bunch of those. We started with fries and beer. Right. So I guess the specific question would be, what kind of information would you think would convince you that one day a week somebody should eat a steak, or one day a week somebody should have a meal with meat?
I mean, I know a lot of people.
That'd be like the slight switch, right?
I know a lot of people that do that. If you're dieting or whatever, that can be your cheat day. You have a little meat. That's your cheat.
Okay.
You're cheating on your vegetarian diet. That can that's what you can do for that.
All right. Okay. What kind of information could you get that would convince you that that was a more healthy choice?
Oh, by eating that steak?
Yeah, to eat a little bit of meat some of the time.
I mean, I'm not doing it, even if, I'm convinced that somebody offers me money. But, for example, it depends, like I said, it depends on your body and what your body needs at the end of the day.
Okay. So for some people, it might be a better thing.
Yes.
Okay. Cool.
And on your views of everything.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you for that. I appreciate this conversation. Thank you for that. In this, I'm oftentimes trying very careful not to push for an alternate position. So I don't want to hide behind neutrality. You're welcome to ask me any questions you like about my position. I just haven't been talking about my position so far. So you can ask any questions you like.
Okay, so my first question would be, what type of diet are you on? What do you normally eat?
I am pre-diabetic, which means I'm really, really sensitive to fast carbohydrates, and even medium slow carbohydrates can put me in a bad blood sugar situation. As a result, 90% of my calories come from meat.
Okay, with that being said,
I'm very careful to eat some greens, and and the vitamins and a couple other things, because I know I'm not getting everything I need in that go. That can be a problem. But almost all of it's coming in from animal products.
So by you eating those animal products, like how does that make you feel? Like after you normally eat like dinner, how do you feel?
After any particular meal, compared to if I eat a lot of carbohydrates, I am more calm and less energetic than I would be if I ate a pizza. The problem is for me that pizza actually like throws me into a bad blood sugar place. And for example, if you handed me a slice of cantaloupe and I ate it, involuntary nap time. So for me to eat fruit, it's just right out. I can't have any fruit. One orange is too much
sugar.
Yeah, I can't deal with the sugar at all. And small fries, no, it just make me sick. I mean, sick in the sense involuntary nap kind of sick. And of course, raising my blood sugar up has longer term effects. So it's not so much that I would feel it, but I'd feel it over the days. If I did a lot of bad things before I discovered what was going on, I actually had part of one of my toes go numb.
Oh wow!
From damage from high blood sugar. And I started getting eyesight problems. And that's when I discovered it and figured out what was going on and went, oh shit, I really had to make a big change. And that big change wasn't to go for all meat necessarily, but it was I just had to cut carbs out. And the faster the carbs, I had to cut them out the worse and that sort of thing. And eventually I got down to, wow, there's not a lot of not meat that I can eat and just have all I need to calorify myself every day.
Oh, that's a good point. Actually, I had a family member who used to eat nothing but fruit, healthy. It depends. I know you said some fruits. If you eat certain ones, eat too much sugar.
Yeah.
You just have to find the fruit and the vegetable. Let's say you want to be a vegetarian, but you can't eat fruits and vegetables.
Yep.
You have to find the fruit and the vegetable that'll have the adequate amount of what you need that won't affect your diabetes. It's thousands of different fruits and everything you can eat. So
I limit myself because I have to limit the carbs that I do. That limits. There's like no vegetables that aren't carbs, right? So I do green beans, string beans.
Those are good.
I like those a lot. I do broccoli. I do spinach and salads and stuff like that. Right now, if it's vegetable, it better be green or I don't have any room for it.
Okay.
If it isn't green, it's not nutritionally enough for me to include it in that small part of my diet that I can allow to be carbohydrate.
Okay, here's another question.
Yeah.
So, do you consider a salad healthy? And why?
Well, like spinach leaves, you seem to be pretty good. Iceberg, no. Romaine, probably more than iceberg, probably less than spinach. And then of course, I'm gonna put a can of tuna in my salad, and I'm gonna chop up some ham or something like that in it, and I'm gonna throw cheese in there, stuff like that.
Okay, and
I might throw some scrambled eggs. Who knows?
Okay, and another thing, salads can be very unhealthy.
Oh yeah.
In a way, because if
the dressings can be all sorts of crazy shit. There's so much sugar in a lot of the dressings. It's like it's like I have this dressing, I have that dressing. Forget all the rest. I can have like a nice ranch. I could have a nice vinegar and oil.
That's what I was getting to.
Yeah, vinegar and oil I can do all day. No problem. I love that stuff. But like Thousand Island, no, can't even touch it. Can't get where near
stuff in it.
Yeah.
So, it depends on...
I gotta read the labels on peanut butter. I mean,
it's good to read the labels on everything. It all depends on what you put on your salads to make it unhealthy or not.
Yeah, indeed. All right. Well, thank you much for this conversation. I've enjoyed it. I want to offer you one of these squeezy puzzle pieces.
Oh,
This is an obvious bribe to have you come back.
okay, I will.
And we're going to be back here on Friday.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. So can I give him my
Yes,
information?
absolutely. And if you'd like, you can even type it. If you've got like information you'd like me to include in the video description, we can type it, and that way I'll keep it for later when I do the editing. This is being live streamed, but I'm also going to cut it up into the individual conversations and put those out as separate videos.
Okay, could I put my Instagram here?
Yeah. So here, just trade sides with me.
Okay.
And I'll wipe the headphones, and you can sit there and type on this.
Okay.
Yeah.
So type it where?
This is the live chat. You're welcome to scroll back and see what people were saying. There's a room full of people listening to us. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, the one guy was saying, no, I think I'll get in trouble.
Someone else.
And he got in trouble because another guy.
I typed it. Thanks again.
Thank you.
I left right after they had their.
Thank you. We will.
That's all the way down. Gotta keep going.
Yeah.
Because I know I had it. Three little stores. One pharmacy that wouldn't let me. Ended up over there where Hollywood out of CBS. Well, I'd already gone the wrong direction.
IL video needs to be reset.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm supposed to tell you.
Yes.
In Runyon Canyon group, that FK gave you instructions on how to reset your video.
Yes.
You did it?
Yes.
Okay.
He also gave it to me audible.
Free water?
That's a lot of colors on that dog. Okay, good looks good. That's good. Yeah, that reset button is working great.
Okay, that's important.
Yeah, and it's real easy. I don't even have to change scenes. I just turn the one feed off and on, and it works out great.
On these, but also alien, someone else. So it's like they'll start with this, and then we'll get one. Oh, these were good then. And then they don't go around the interview. I'm like,
That's okay. If we're around a lot of the time,
Anthony was
and
trying to get them to
they will hit.
camera too, you know,
They'll hit on the next couple passes. Yeah. So would you like to sit between and tell us about your examination with?
Oh yeah, you could talk about
Marjorie.
Yeah. Yeah. I've wiped that headset.
I've had two people pull me aside to ask what we're doing here.
Uh-huh.
Over there, get out of the mic range, and then be really concerned that you are making people wear masks, right?
Yes.
I said, yes, we even have extra masks to hand them.
Yes. Yes, we are serious about the masks. We're trying not to be Nazis about it, but if you're on camera, you should be wearing a mask. And my answer is because we're trying to show a good example.
I think I broke this.
No, you didn't break
it.
It.
Already broken.
Okay. Yeah, SpaceX shirt. They like it.
Oh, I can reset the headset now.
Sure.
I want it out of range of my pocket.
Oh.
I get to hear what happens.
Lucky.
Uh-huh.
Well, and she made that happen. She's the one that purchased that puck.
Just so she could listen.
Yep. From here out is her stuff. From this that cable.
Well, I was trying to listen to YouTube while he was doing this, and there was that.
Oh, the delay is too much.
And I couldn't. Oh, my brain is twisting inside out.
Nope, we're not going to ask Quinn. We're just going to ask him about that. I was over there not hearing everything, and it was, I think, another iteration of
law of attraction.
Law of attraction.
Yeah.
I think you're better at law of attraction than I am.
I seem to get it often, I guess, when I'm with you. Thank you. Yeah, it was interesting. I guess she was like tailing off of the person you were talking to, right?
They were together.
Okay.
They were part of a group together, and she was sitting back there while he was talking. She was nodding like she was in church.
Yeah. It was.
I was waiting for amen.
Yeah, hallelujah. I got here like in the middle of your guys' conversation, so I didn't hear exactly what he said, but she started off just by saying she agreed with, I guess, Zach. I think Zach was his name. Yeah. Yeah, and it was interesting. I mean, she seemed pretty committed to the idea that someone could have a perspective that was completely different than our shared reality, and because they're having that perspective, that makes it true. And
did she tic tac?
I did.
You did tic tac.
I did tic tac with batteries. And she agreed. She agreed that I got her to admit that if I said that 10 was an odd number, she said that this is where we differentiated. So let's say I said it was odd. Let's say you said it was even. We take it out. It's even. You're right. Can we both be right? And eventually, after all this deliberation of like, odd could mean just weird. She brought up like, odd has many meanings. Blah blah blah. We got to
equivocation on what odd means.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
If we agree what odd and even mean, can we agree that one of us is right? And she said yes, but then she said something like, but so then I said, okay, so you would feel comfortable calling me wrong in this situation? And she said, no, I would never call anybody wrong. So we just kind of harped on that for I think half of the conversation.
Okay.
Yeah. It was interesting. I don't know. It was interesting. They were all like trying to promote something, and I think the thing that she was promoting had to do with her like sort of new age like law of attraction idea. I didn't quite catch what it was, but
I think she was saying she was a life coach or one of those terms.
Yeah. She probably has some of those same ideas in her life coaching.
Yeah.
Yeah. What was Zach like? Was it kind of similar or?
It was similar, and it seemed to be a little more with him. Odd even didn't seem to be an issue. If I'm remembering the correct conversation, I think it was he was agreeing on objective reality, and and that the odd and the even and the right and the wrong, and he wasn't having a hard time saying that somebody could be wrong about a thing. So that was better. Yeah. And another place where we got hung up, or like where I decided to end it, was essentially like, let's say, because she's making this similar thing that like when you pray to God, he doesn't always answer the way you want him to answer, but he does bless you in some sort of mysterious way. And she was making the same claim about the law of attraction, and that like if you wish for something, it'll come in some form, and so I think some questions in the chat led me to ask, like, let's say that I'm like, hypothetically, there's some 20-year-old kid who wanted $1 million. Yeah.
And he died before he ever got that. And she said, okay, well, let's say he only has $300,000.
Well, he's only ever touched $300,000. He didn't retain it.
Yeah. That was my claim. Like, because we got into about me, and I was thinking, like, how much money have I made whereabouts?
Sure.
Probably somewhere between $200,000 and $300,000 since I started working. Okay. And she said, oh, well, 300,000 is, it really is $1 million if you flip it the right way, or if you invest it or something like that.
Right. You can convert it.
Yeah.
Sure.
And so I was saying, like,
with the right investments. Yeah.
So 300,000 is a potential $1 million, but it's not $1 million. And she was like, she just couldn't get past that. No, it is 300,000 is $1 million if you just have a certain perspective,
Yeah.
If you have the perspective that you can flip that 300,000 and get 1 million. And there's probably some ways I could have challenged that, but I didn't really know how at the moment.
Right.
So I just
well, no,
stopped.
I think you did really well. There was a little talk in the chat. I don't know if you saw it, about ending it at a slightly prior step than where you did, and you took it further. And I'm going to take her laughing and joy and expression as you did great with not ending it right then.
Right. Yeah.
And you'd have done fine ending it prior. There was a high note, and you had at least another high note. Wow, there's a big lizard.
Whoa. Is that a Komodo dragon?
I don't know.
That thing's crazy. I hope chat saw it.
Yeah, maybe.
That looks like Reptar.
That it's about 1.33 meters long, and I'm gonna guess mass is a good 10 or 15 kilos. That's a huge lizard.
Wow. I don't think I've ever seen that.
Yes, Senator Kiwi says the lizard is also a high note.
Yes. Lizards. Free water.
Yep. As Renaissance Ray says, she got a little intense on her beliefs at the end and started doubling down on her ideas without thinking about the questions you were posing. Yeah.
What was the statement there?
Renaissance says she got a little intense on her beliefs at the end and started doubling down on her ideas without thinking about the questions you were asking.
Oh yeah.
That's just a comment right now.
Yeah. One thing I noticed was like she said 90%, and then without me having to like probe on why it wasn't 100, she was like, and I only say not 100 because your wishes don't always come at the exact time that you want. Yeah. Actually, I'm going to go to 100%. So like she sort of, she noticed that she had some doubt, I felt like, and then felt uncomfortable with that. So she just wanted to, that's what it felt like. Maybe, I don't know, maybe she really is 100%, but it was an interesting one. Law of attraction is a weird one because she thinks that you have to act on your thoughts in order to manifest them. And a lot of people don't. I think her idea of it is more realistic. Yeah. But I still think that all she's talking about is willpower, at the end of the day.
I think so. So my last interview that was just sitting there.
Oh yeah, I missed it.
For the name.
It was this one. There's a Runyon Canyon dragon.
That is, show it to him. I think that is, in fact, the one that I just saw.
Wow.
That is a heck of a that is, wow. My goodness.
So it's a Komodo dragon? Is that like a baby one or something?
It's a little yellow dragon.
So the guest that was just here was Jarek.
Jarek.
On the subject of vegetarianism.
I don't know.
Soteriasis. Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a heck of a.
So he was a vegetarian?
He was a vegetarian. And he was first convinced to be a vegetarian in December of 2013, which actually he gave me, I think it was the 13th of December of 2013.
Wow, 12, 13, 13.
Yeah. That didn't seem to be the issue. It was, he saw a documentary in school, which included factory farms.
Yeah.
And he shifted to being vegetarian at that point, and he has had lots of reinforcing reasons to think so since, and lost a lot of weight, and has had good health benefits from it. And his reason for being 100% was because he thinks it's bad to doubt himself.
Yeah, that's interesting. So did you challenge that notion?
I did, gently.
Yeah.
And so I went for examples of like, could you have trust in person and then find out that maybe you should reconsider, maybe you should doubt them, or maybe you should just even check out whether you should doubt them.
Right.
The example I gave was you got a teacher, a favorite teacher, and then over the summer they don't show up, and over the summer they got disgracefully fired because they cheated on something and they whatever. Should you then doubt the things they taught you? And it's conditional.
Right.
Maybe, maybe not, but kind of like check out those things, see if they still are correct.
What was his response?
Yeah, he found a situation where he could doubt other people. So that wasn't part of his claim. He didn't say you should never doubt somebody else. He says you should never doubt yourself.
Right.
And we went down there, and he was kind of no.
Yeah.
He had a lot of resistance toward accepting that there could be reasons to doubt self.
Right.
But he did say, well, yeah, people could be wrong, and if you're wrong and you learn a new thing and you change your mind, then that's not doubting, that's learning.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean,
Somebody
people...
asked, when you changed to vegetarian, did you second guess yourself in 2013?
Right.
And his like, no, I just learned new information.
Yeah,
that wasn't doubting.
It's where I've been thinking about that. Like a lot of people, they're willing to sort of learned to be a vegetarian. Like he just switched it to positive language. It seems like. But yeah, people seem much more comfortable to maybe go to backtrack or change their mind if they can present the illusion, I would say, that they've been right the whole time.
Yeah,
it's interesting stuff.
Yeah, my bias is that I really hope he will consider his position on doubt and potentially adjust it. That would be cool.
Yeah,
I don't care that he adjusts his diet. I think his diet's probably great.
Yeah.
No confusion about his diet. Hello, puppy. Oh, that's a pretty puppy.
Is that yours? Would you like a free water?
She was thinking about making a claim earlier.
Okay.
Oh.
Would you like to have a conversation?
We're just talking to each other, waiting for someone to interview.
I already pre-interviewed before, and then when
Uh-huh.
I wanted to talk about, they got this.
Who did?
Your pre-interviewers.
Oh, well, we're not them.
No, it's not. I respect the glaze.
Oh, really? Do you are you interested in sitting down? We'll wipe this off for you.
I don't feel comfortable doing it.
Okay. Fair enough.
Mostly just because of this mask on my face.
Why is that? I'm wearing one that puts
I
a
know,
sequel,
it
right?
just feels weird to be to talk.
Okay.
with her.
With these mics, you can't really tell. Yeah,
Everyone else is.
I hear you. Well, I invite that if you get our contact information, we could have one of these interviews over video online where masks are totally unrequired.
Okay, here's what I was telling you.
Okay.
Not on camera.
Okay, there's a wide angle camera right there. And but there's a really wide shot right there. So if you want me to step out of camera range, I'm happy to. This is being live streamed. And I don't want to put you on the spot at all. This is a very opt-in consent kind of thing. Okay.
Okay. So what I was, here's a treat. Here.
Yes, there's a treaty. Got a treaty for the sweetie.
Yeah. Okay. Here's even a little bit at a time. He'll be your best friend forever.
Doesn't know you have it.
Roger, he's got the treats.
Oh,
He's
Mom
got
has
them.
the sword.
See, the guy that lives in my building, he's young, really cute. He gave him treats, so now he goes up to every young guy, every
Okay.
young cute guy, and begs for treats. I'm like,
Okay.
some old guy with gray hair couldn't give him a treat. Anyway, so here's my key, okay? This male entitlement that started like forever
Okay.
is like a self-fulfilling, procreating prophecy.
Yeah, self-reinforcing.
And I have a 26-year-old son, and he tells me, Mom, there are no great women artists. What women make art? There's no great art by women. Or the very first movie director was a woman. The very first
Nina Paley.
No, I mean, there's
I'm just throwing out a counter
there's a
example.
woman's history that gets wiped away,
And
then there's a men's history that gets told. And then when the men's history gets told, I work in the movie, right? I used to work in the movie business. I don't really. But so when the men's story gets told in the movies, then it's male producers and writers telling, I call them boy stories, boy movies.
Okay.
Which then provides work for boy actors
Okay.
who could be the stupidest, like dumb as a rock, but because of all these parts, they get to play and appear to be far more intelligent, and they get far more opportunities, and they have a different life, and it's like this whole thing just keeps on like self-reinforcing.
Okay.
To me, it's like I just get so frustrated because I look at what's on for me to watch, like everybody's binge watching that, right? So I look to see what is there for me to watch, and there's nothing about women. It's very hard to find stories where women are the heroes, where women are the protagonists, where women are having adventures, or
Okay.
There's some great ones.
yeah, I watched them all. Right?
Have you seen Marvel's Jessica Jones?
Yes. Oh, my son was like, look, this movie, she saves the world at the end. She's a robot.
Who was that?
It's a female robot. I don't know. He's trying to convince me. Look,
Saves the world.
There's a
How
female,
unique.
or she beats
No,
the
I'm kidding.
man at the end. She said, but she's a robot that's
Uh-huh.
created that then attacks them, or I don't know. There are just,
Yeah.
It's just.
So I have a question from the audience.
It seems rational if you look at it from the outside, but if you've been on the inside and you know that Bruce Willis is as dumb as a rock, but he's like making all these millions of dollars because he gets to play in these movies. You're not recording me.
We are live streaming. Yeah. No,
It's almost as if you were sitting right there.
You're just farther away from the microphone, and the audience has actually asked a question.
What did they ask?
They asked, "What is your proposed solution? What would you like to see changed?"
Oh, what would I like to see changed?
Yeah, how do you fix it? We're gonna make you czar of the movie industry, so you get
bullshit walks. Okay, that's
money talks, bullshit walks. Okay, that's
what I would say. Like, no movie without a female protagonist ever gets my first run dollars, ever.
Huh.
And if I get a free screening ticket for like something like Harriet about Harriet Tubman,
okay,
and I was like, great, I get to go to a free Directors Guild screening or whatever. I still go to the theater afterwards and pay my whatever bucks just to support that movie with a female lead.
So this sounds like how you fix it from your power perspective.
Yeah.
Okay, if I make you the czar of movies.
What's that?
If I make you the czar of movies, how do you fix it from within? I hear the vote with your dollar, and I think that's a great answer.
How do we fix the government? We have to vote. How do we fix the movie business? You can't legislate. You can't dictate. This is the only movies you can make. You just don't go.
Okay.
You just don't pay for those movies. You.
Okay, so your solution is that at a grassroots level, people should vote with their dollar and not support those things that have been overrepresented, and support those things that have been underrepresented. That would make it work it out.
When you go to a movie as it opens and you give them your first run dollar, okay, that is first opening weekend. That shows them that this woman or this man can open a movie, can carry a movie. If no one goes, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that the men wanted to succeed. If it doesn't succeed financially, it doesn't succeed.
How did Harriet do?
Like 17,000. I mean 17 million.
I was about to say
17 million, something like that.
Yeah.
It didn't cost that much to me.
17,000 to make a movie?
17 million.
Oh, okay.
That's what
I was gonna say 17,000 doesn't get one dolly camera. Go ahead.
And the other thing,
I'm guessing. I'm throwing shit out the window. Go ahead.
I mean, I saw on Twitter the other day where some guy tweeted something hag. She'll never earn a husband. Earn a husband. I actually read those words.
Earn.
like she has to do something special.
Right.
Most of the women I know are very strong.
Uh
A lot
huh.
of them make more money than their husbands.
Okay.
How you doing? How's your? How are you guys? Good.
Water?
Where's the production? She's recovering.
The production.
Yeah.
We're doing interviews, Street Epistemology, where you sit down and tell us a claim you think it's true about the world. You get to pick the topic,
Very cool.
and we ask you why you think so. And oh, hush, she's fine. And we're very.
He's fine. He's fine. Sorry, I'm in such pain.
I hear you.
He's fine. The most he'll do is kiss your
guys sometime. I'm sorry. I have to.
Yes, yes.
And it's called
Street Epistemology.
awesome.
Yes.
You're doing good work. It's cool that get the stream of speech out there.
Yeah, yeah. And we'll be back Friday.
Wonderful. I'd love to check it out.
Okay. Yeah, yeah.
No, it's just out of yourself, and I don't want to be anything.
You know, that's fine. I get you.
Have a wonderful night, you guys.
You too.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
I smashed my other one. Thanks, guys.
Hey, your dog really wants a sun chip. Should I give him?
What is that?
Or like chips?
He'll live with it.
He'll live without him?
Yeah.
Okay.
There's a lot of salt.
He really wants a lot of things.
He does. He does.
You think I starved him the way he goes for those treats.
Yeah. He knows what he likes.
I've always done what I just described to you as far as with my own pocketbook.
Uh-huh.
And I've always ranted about this to anybody who would listen, but it became particularly painful to me when I had a son. And I had to watch him grow up with his, watching Alex Jones and
Oh my.
typical. I mean, he voted for Trump, for God's sake.
Oh my. Of all the nerve.
Typical tall white, blue-eyed white boy. Typical.
Yeah.
But I mean, his girlfriend is more like me, so at least I'm in his head.
Okay, good.
He didn't escape me. He tried, but he didn't.
Right, right.
Mommy's in his head. But it's especially painful.
Yeah.
Because I see him and I'm a feminist. How do I communicate this? I thought we would be, watching like Julie Andrews movies together. I never imagined I would have this son who would think so differently than me, but he is the it and I am the other.
Oh no.
What?
All the way to the other. That's terrible.
Well, it's the idea of the male gaze. He loves big dogs.
Wow. So another person asks, is the film industry sexist?
Is the Queen English?
Okay. So I'll take that as a yes. Sort of like Pope is Catholic and bears shit in woods.
Right.
Okay.
Right. Well,
Wonder Woman did pretty good. Pretty critically acclaimed.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to spitball something.
Well, I think Wonder Woman is sort of special and interesting. I'm not sure I would call Wonder Woman a feminist movie.
Did you see the Glorious woman over there? Did you see the Glorious? You should see
Is that
it.
the 1800s Russian?
No, it's about Gloria Steinem.
Oh.
It's on Netflix. It's like a film / doc with some documentary footage. That's his friend.
Oh, good. I'm glad they know each other.
Ojo knows everybody. But I forget his name. I always forget his name. But he's our neighbor.
Okay, good.
It's so interesting. It's by Julie Taymor as the director who did Lion King on Broadway and a lot of really artistic, really interesting films. And it's Gloria Steinem at different ages and the adventures that she had. She was an adventurous person, going to India and studying. That was great. That was great. Female heroines, female thinkers, independent thinkers.
Yeah.
Like Angela Davis. Why aren't I seeing Angela Davis every fucking place?
No, that's fine. We allow words like that on here.
I mean,
we allow 1990s swear words. We just don't allow 2020 swear words.
I have to be satisfied with I love men. Trust me, I have a man
Uh-huh.
as a child. Okay, but I have to be satisfied with male mediocrity when I could have female superiority. Like, and it's not just. I preface this by saying I love my son. Okay, but men get away with it. I always used to say when I was younger that feminism was the right to be as mediocre as a man. To me, that's what it was. Because just by standing there, you're the, and I'm the other. I always have to prove myself.
Right.
And then as I go to prove myself, there's a whole network set up to squash me down.
Okay.
Yeah.
Somebody in the chat room asks, would it make you happier if your son held all of your exact views? No.
I'm.
So there's a middle ground that would be the happiest.
No. I actually feel very blessed because him being opposite from me has taught me. People are going through this situation and they are like cutting off relatives, cutting off. Oh, I'm not talking to my father anymore. I'm not talking to this person anymore. But I mean, my son could like burn down the whole freaking building. I'm still going to talk to him. I'm still going to be supportive of him. I'm still going to love him unconditionally. So the fact that he's so different than me has taught me to be more tolerant, not just of him, but of everybody, because I love him. I mean, my love for him goes beyond the country, the election, anything.
Yeah.
So that has taught me to accept,
Is that his ball? No, I think that's his friend's ball that went that way. But I think they're neighbors, so it'll probably get back to him.
I'm not touching that ball.
Oh, she's not touching. We can put it in a bag for you.
They'll have to get another ball.
Okay, they'll get another ball.
They probably have more.
One of the goals that I hope with street epistemology.
What's that?
One of the goals that I hope to do with street epistemology.
Uh-huh.
If I'm really successful, I will measure some reduction of polarization.
Between who and who?
Between people who are polarized enough to shut off members of the human race, and not take them seriously, not listen.
Mm-hmm.
I want people to listen to everybody.
Come here. I'm listening.
Yeah. I want people to be able to listen to each other and take each other seriously when they disagree.
But you see, that's the thing with a mother. That's the thing about women approach things differently. Like, and I do litigation, so I understand that part of fighting and taking opposite sides and winning.
Sure.
But as a woman, I find that very difficult, and I find it, I mean, not difficult to be fighting in court, but just difficult to live that kind of life where you're always fighting, usually over money.
Sure.
Women are better when they're building something, creating. We have the life force in us. We create, we organize, we build. It's not our way to knock stuff down. I mean, we literally have the ability to create new life. So
sure.
We're not killers, we're creators.
Okay.
So it's very hard for me to I mean, I know plenty of women, if you were a Trump supporter, like they get into an argument with you, but I can't at this point. I can't, because to me,
you're welcome to ask. When I'm doing this, I'm trying to stay neutral, but I'm happy to ask any direct questions about my position.
Yeah, I don't. I mean, are you?
What's that?
Are you a Trump supporter?
Hell no. No, I am almost classically the never Trumper since I learned about him a couple of years before the election. And I have never received information that allowed me to shake my confidence that I am against Trump.
It's hard when you're old because you already know so many things. Like history. I lived through history.
Yeah.
I lived through Mojo. Come here. I lived through Clarence Thomas replacing Thurgood Marshall.
Yeah.
Some guy said to me at my UPS store the other day. He said, "Isn't it interesting that the woman judge that is going to replace
Ruth Bader Ginsburg
is going to undo everything that she did. Stands for the exact opposite of everything she stood for. Isn't?" And I said, "Well, same thing as Clarence Thomas and Thurgood Marshall."
Yep.
And he went, huh?
Yeah.
And that day, I went around like a crazy old lady and asked like 20 people, "Do you know what Thurgood Marshall is? Do you know what Thurgood Marshall is?"
Yeah.
Finally, I found one black guy right over there, young, like 20 something. He said, "Yeah, I know." He was with his two friends. They didn't know. I felt like my head was going to explode.
Yeah.
How could you not know who Thurgood Marshall is? Do you know who he is?
Yeah.
Thank God.
I have
You?
to.
Who? Do you know who he is, Thurgood Marshall? I know who he is. I haven't researched him. He's the first black guy. Hi, Minnie. Hi, Minnie. That's Minnie. Wow.
Okay, that is a tiny dog.
She's 4 pounds. She's chunky. She's a chunky Minnie. Cracking it on, this one. Good to see you. Wow. Thurgood Marshall was like the civil rights, what RBG is to, he was a famous civil rights attorney. And he nearly was killed by the Ku Klux Klan multiple times in the South, worked for the special department for the NAACP, and then became the first black Supreme Court justice. And he was amazing, like a towering person in history. And people don't even know who he is. People know who Alex Jones is, and they know who
Joe Grove.
You know, these ridiculous, meaningless people. They have them on the tip of their tongue. And somebody like that who.
Yeah, they're more sensational. That's what they're. I guess what they're meant to do is just grab people's attention.
Sandra Day O'Connor said one time to a reporter, "We are going to pay a huge price for not teaching civics in our country." And it's not just history; it's different. You know, who were the judges? Who were the lawyers? Who were the people that made the history?
Got a lot to talk about.
Yeah.
My father said, "Too smart for my own good."
Okay.
I mean,
I'm actually very interested in talking with you about this, and I want to set up an environment where you are happier and more comfortable to do that.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. And I'm thinking,
any more questions?
do I have any questions
Do
for
you have
you?
people-
Oh yeah, sure. Hold on.
Guys, I'm gonna head out.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Quinn. See you Friday.
You should have a seat over there so people can see you. And
Oh, she didn't opt in. No pressure, no force, none at all.
no, it's my jacket.
Oh,
I was seeing a pocket of
It's actually Anthony Magnabosco's jacket.
Oh wow. Okay.
I don't
Yeah,
know if I can really have it.
we'll see what happens. Another one was, is the movie industry improving in terms of female empowerment or representation?
See you guys.
Thank you. I'll see you Friday. And yes, I'm sorry, the audio is spotty. This is probably not the kind of interview that's going to make any sense because she's way over there away from the microphone.
I have as much interaction with the movie industry right now as the person who's asking the question.
Mm-hmm.
Because I don't
Oh, okay.
work it anymore. So what do you think? Do you think there are great stories about women? There are a few.
There are a few. Yeah, I think there are a few.
There are a few.
Go ahead. You're down. You're good.
But there's
Are you striking?
I was actually aiming at
Oh, she hasn't consented, so I'm gonna not.
okay. But let's do it another time because it's starting to
Yeah, totally.
Okay. So are we
Yeah.
striking? Yeah, you should.
Yeah, go ahead and strike. I'm gonna keep talking as long as she wants to talk, and you can take down that side, and I'll knock out the guest round, and at the end of this conversation, we'll end the live stream.
Oh, just go back. I see.
Nope, wrong way.
He likes the big dogs.
Yeah, sure.
I mean, because there's Netflix and there's Amazon. You know, there's different venues, but mostly you see that when they have a good series that's interesting, that's all female. It gets canceled pretty quickly.
Yeah.
And then there are situations like Sybil Shepherd talked about her sitcom, which was a great sitcom. got canceled because she wouldn't have sex with Les Moonves. You know, there's always that pressure. You know, how do we?
I mean, outside the show.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
good grief! Wow.
But there's always those underlying stories, you know, of
Yeah.
why do women's projects get canceled? Why don't they get put forward? I wrote a script about a female serial killer,
Okay.
which, you know, she's a very famous serial killer that killed.
So an actual one.
Yeah, she's a
Okay,
real
not a
character.
fiction.
Her name is Belle Gunness. She killed like over 50 men. It was turn of the 19th to 20th century.
Uh-huh.
She was like she was quite a character. She lured men to her farmhouse with promises of marrying them. She had a lot of land. She told them she was a rich widow, pretended to be lonely and sad.
Sure.
Told them to come with cash, not to tell anybody they were coming.
Uh-huh.
Poisoned them, took their money,
Okay.
chopped them up, and buried them in her pig.
Okay.
But she did it on such a massive scale that when they eventually, and they never caught her. She eventually faked her own death and escaped, burned her house down.
Oh.
And escaped with all her money.
Interesting.
With all the money.
Okay.
Now, to me, I don't think that's a story. I don't think that's a regular serial killer story.
Agreed.
Because
Agreed.
first of all, it's a woman.
Yeah.
And second of all, he's doing a poopy. I gotta clean that up.
Okay.
Second of all, she got away with it. Now, try to sell this to men. They go, oh, it's been done.
Really?
No one wants to see it. But no one wants to see it.
Huh.
They don't want to see it. I mean, it could be a terrible script.
Could be. Dexter was quite successful.
I want to see it.
Huh.
I really want to see it.
Renaissance Ray says I would watch that show. One of the people in the room.
I really, really want to see that movie.
Okay.
But who decides what kind of serial killer movies we watch? Who decides what, whether it's a male story or a female story? Who decides that? Oh my God.
I'm reminded of a rather diamond in the rough Jumping Jack Flash,
Mm-hmm.
where
Who was in that?
that was Whoopi Goldberg.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And I think there was a guy also, but who cares?
Was it Ted Danson?
It might have been. I forget who it was, but to me that story was like she said to her. It's almost like she said to her agent, "I want you to bring me a script, and if I can tell that it was written for a woman or a man, I'm rejecting it." The entire script could have been cast male or female, and it wouldn't have mattered at all, which I thought was kind of a cool shift. I thought that was a fun difference. And for that, I really enjoyed it. And if the movie had been done by a man in that role, I don't think it would have been as compelling. I don't think it would have been as entertaining.
And I could talk about, to me, I understand the imagination, creating characters, everything, but there's plenty of female interesting characters.
Yes.
I was alive when Shirley Chisholm ran for president.
Uh-huh.
I think she might have been just before I was able to vote.
Wow.
A year before I was able to vote. So I wasn't able to vote for her, but I was there at my mailbox getting my Miss magazine. I knew exactly who she was.
Yeah.
And she's influenced all these women that come after her, AOC and all of them. When they go to the Capitol, they want to pose under Shirley Chisholm's picture. She's wearing a leopard skin outfit.
Nice.
This is from the 70s. The first Black woman to run for president. These are important people.
Yeah.
These are interesting stories. Anyway.
Yeah. So I want to give you some cards. I don't actually have any of my cards printed. So I'm going to give you the cards of the guy who's
training you.
one of my teachers.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And he will be happy to hand off any information to me.
It's Susan. I'll let you go.
Yeah. And I'm juggling lessons. I'm Dolly, D-A-L-I. And the channel is Juggling Lessons.
Mm-hmm.
And Reed's channel is Cordial Curiosity.
Okay.
And
And
I
he
would
does
love
a lot
to set
of his
up.
communication on phone or
Most of my stuff is not out here in public.
Mm-hmm.
I end up
COVID.
teaching this kind of thing, like 3 sessions a week, and I end up doing about 10 of these a week
It's
online.
interesting that people are watching and questioning. That's kind of interesting.
Yeah, and a lot of the people that are watching are interested in how to implement these kinds of conversations.
How to converse with someone without arguing, without insulting their position.
Yeah.
Did I do that?
No, not at all. You did not insult the position at all.
Oh.
No, and that's a rule for my side, not yours.
Oh.
You're allowed to bring anything you want. There's no rules for you as the interlocutor.
Yeah, but see, I'm.
Yeah. And the interesting part about this is the list of don'ts is 10 times as long as the list of do's. And it's all about avoiding all the things that sidetrack us into the kind of polarized, I'm walking away angry behavior.
Right.
And it just happens that we politically align. That is not a requirement, and you should not expect street epistemologists in general to be of a particular political alignment, for example.
No. Oh, to me, it's so all about being human.
Mm-hmm.
In my high school yearbook, the guy above me is writing this flowery poem. I wish you love, I wish you this, happy, smiley, cute little blonde boy.
Mm-hmm.
I have long dark hair parted in the middle.
Mm-hmm.
And next to my picture, it says, anatomy is destiny.
Oh my.
I was 17.
Okay. Anatomy is destiny.
My first
wow.
boyfriend is, we're having sex. The first boyfriend, I was 24. I mean, I had sex before that, but this is the first boyfriend.
Okay.
And we're in bed, and he's being not that attentive to me. And I said to him, listen, if I don't have an orgasm and you fall asleep, I'm going to suffocate you with a pillow. Expectations.
Home. Shit. And on that note, let me.
I was 24 years old.
I hear you. No blame at all.
I'm just. This is the way my brain works. You know, I just don't fit in to the male gaze. I don't fit into the gaze.
Yeah.
It's my gaze. I have my own gaze.
Uh-huh.
And nobody, and it's always like, what?
Uh-huh.
I'm always confused by this shit that's going on. It doesn't seem to make sense to me.
Mm-hmm. And on that note, hello, and I'm going to say good night. Oh, wait, I got to pull
yes, Sherlyn, thank you very
here. Much. Yeah. Okay.
That was cool.
So, thank you all for coming. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I said that was cool. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you, Lopez. Indeed. All right. So YouTube, these are, if it's showing what I'm expecting it to show, these are 5 of my favorite street epistemology related YouTube channels. They are on a list of probably 15 or more street epistemology YouTube channels that I have on the promoted videos list on my channel. If you are very interested in this method of street epistemology, I recommend you go to streetepistemology.com, brought to you by Street Epistemology International. They are also the same people that bring you the SE podcast. For those of you who like your SE in audio form shoved into your ear over the internet.
I do.
Kimberly does. She likes that. Thank you all for coming to this street epistemology event. This was Vanilla Street Epistemology in the Park. If you would like to be a guest on my show and you are, well, I don't know, articulate, polite, willing to show your face, and willing to stay on a topic that is SE or about SE or anything near SE or adjacent to SE or any of those things, I have a category for you, and I look forward to hearing from you. Thank you very much.